We are ready to go. We're live.
All right, thank you, everybody. Welcome to the March 17th Architecture Review Board meeting. Pursuant to AB 361, this meeting will be held with the option to attend by teleconference or video conference or in person. During this meeting, members of the public may provide live public comment by submitting a speaker card prior to the start of public comment on that item. Where are the speaker cards located? Are they back there? They're back there. Okay, just letting everybody know.
They're on the public desk.
Okay, great. Speakers may address items that are not on the agenda during oral communications. If a public comment speaker wishes to speak on more than one agenda item, please indicate so on the speaker card. Spoken comments via a computer will be accepted through the Zoom teleconference meeting. To address the board, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 965-6189-1491. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, click on raise hand. When called, please limit your remarks to the time allotted. Spoken public comments using a smartphone will also be accepted through the Zoom mobile application. To offer comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 965-6189-1491. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so that we know you wish to speak. Okay, can we get a roll call?
Yeah, sure. Chair Thompson,
Present.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Present.
Board Member Baltai,
Present.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Present.
We have a quorum.
I think we have a fifth member as well.
Right. And Board Member Chen, our new Board Member Chen.
Present.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And welcome to our new two new board members. We're really excited to have you. Okay, our next item is oral communications. The public may speak on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any members of the public that wish to speak?
Not for oral communications. We don't have any raised hands right now.
Okay, thanks. Our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
Yes, good morning. I believe the California Avenue item, we were going to continue to the next hearing because we probably will not have enough time. So we can either make that decision now or later.
Okay, I think maybe we can make that later. I'm not sure if there might be some quick updates. Okay, yeah, that might be the case then.
Okay, we can make that decision later then.
Okay. Alrighty, our next item is city official reports.
Yes, so good morning. My name is Jody Gerhardt. I'm the manager of current planning. And I do want to welcome our new board members. We have board member Rosenberg here in the chambers, and we have board member Chen virtually online. And we did just speak with them last night, so they're joining us very quickly, so we appreciate that. And I believe board member Chen has a vacation for our next hearing, but then we'll all start to be together and ready to go. So thank you very much for them to be here. Regarding the tentative schedule, as always, we're going to be hybrid for the foreseeable future, with some of us in person and some of us online. And as far as the April 7th hearing, we are expecting to hear the 250 Sherman Avenue is a sign exception for the police station. There is 3300 El Camino Real, which is a new office building. It would be the first hearing for that. We don't have the CEQA quite done, but we want to give you a chance to take a first look at it. And then 2850 West Bayshore is 48 townhomes, and it'll be a second hearing for that project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can move on to our first action item. So this is 2609 Alma Street. It is a recommendation on the applicant's request for approval to allow the demolition of 4 existing residential rental units at 606, 609, 611, and 615 Alma Street, and the construction of 4 new 3-story rental townhomes. Does staff have a report? Oh, sorry, thank you. Are there any disclosures amongst the board?
Yes, I visited the site over the weekend, and I did make my way to the very back of the property and was surprised to encounter the neighbor across the way sitting in his yard. And I'm bringing to the attention of the board, the privacy was nil. It was just such a shock for him to see somebody there. But it's very evident that you're very close. That's all.
Okay, are there any other disclosures?
Yes, I visited the site as well, but wasn't as aggressive at trying to get into the inside of it. But I noticed in particular how crazy Alma Street is, and how to get in, park there to get to this property is really, if you're going in that, the other direction from the other lane, is really very difficult. So yeah, there's issues to discuss about that, but not specific to the project, certainly. I was
Okay.
there.
Thank you. And then I'll give the opportunity if there's anything to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Okay. And Board Member Chen, is there anything to disclose? We can't hear you.
No disclosures.
Okay, thank you. And I visited the site in the past, but otherwise I have no disclosures either. Okay, thank you for the reminder, Board Member Volte. Yeah, let's go on with our staff report.
Hi, my name is Emily Foley and I'm an associate planner. I'm the project planner for this project, and I have the presentation for this item. As Chair Thompson said, this is for 2609 through 2617 Alma Street. The project overview is to demolish 2 existing single-story duplexes, a total of 4 units on a single lot, and redevelop the site with 4 3-story residential rental units in a townhome configuration. This is an SB 330 project, which means that they met the requirements to effectively freeze the development standards from the date that they applied. The primary items to keep in mind is that the board cannot reduce the number of units on the site or reduce the FAR or density. Additionally, the project is limited to having 5 public hearings, and this is the second ARB hearing. On the slide, you can see the above picture is a current Google Street View of the property, and the lower is the proposed project. The project location is along Alma Street. It is in the RM30 zoning. To the rear, there are single-family R1 properties, and across the street are the Caltrain tracks. Additionally, this is an 8,070 square foot site. This shows the proposed site plan with the 4 detached units with a central parking court. There are 4 feet between the 2 front buildings and the 2 rear buildings. This is unchanged from the previous submittal. There is also landscape private open space in the fronts and rears of each unit. And there are 2 driveways, the lower one to provide entrance into the site, and the upper one that is the exit. Compared to the initial submittal, there are now turf strips between the parking, between the driveway concrete squares. There are 11 total trees on site, which is increased from the first submittal, as well as adding additional landscaping to the front common open space. There is a utility easement in the rear, which constrains the ability to add perimeter landscaping in that area. However, the plans show that there are 2 large trees on the adjacent property that overhang the site. And in terms of the potential to increase landscaping than what is shown, the planting strips on either side of the driveway are 2 feet wide. Landscaping for those areas was specified in the plans. Additionally, for privacy, a new 7-foot fence is proposed around the sides and rears of the site. This slide shows the front elevation on the left and the rear elevation on the right. This is of the total site. The plans also have the interior court elevations. Compared to the prior submittal, there was a concern that the original white stucco would be too bright or potentially cause glare, so it has been changed to a more off-white moonlight color as specified in the plans, and a material sample is available. Additionally, for privacy, the height of the landscaping on the rear-facing balconies has been increased. And on the sides, obscured glazing has been added to these windows. And so the top elevation shows the right side elevation, with Alma Street being the side to the left, and then the other side is shown below. So Alma Street would be on the right. This shows the difference between the 2 proposed stucco colors. And also shows the changes to the landscaping in the front along Alma. The recommended motion is a recommendation of approval. Alternative actions may be considered. However, it is important to keep in mind the restrictions from SB 330, which are specified in the staff report, and the overall number of allowable hearings. This concludes my staff presentation. Cohen Duong from the applicant team is present to give a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let's hear from the applicant. Please state and spell your name for the record, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Let me get my slide here. 1 minute. Can you see the PDF file?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good morning, Chair Thompson and fellow board members. I am here on behalf of my client, Gemini Palo Alto. Unfortunately, the client reps are not able to attend this hearing today, but I'll do my best to go through and describe the project in addition to Emily's thorough presentation. With me today is Pam Jones, the landscape architect, and Ryan Michka from my office. So in addition to what Emily has provided, I'd like to share that when Gemini Palo Alto purchased the property, they were 2 separate lots, and subsequent to the purchase, they've merged them. And their goal is to develop it to the maximum potential. And they were hoping to get as many units on this property as possible, but given the size and the planning restrictions, we kept it at 4, which is the minimum required. Let's see, here's some other views of the lot, and here's a picture of the close-up of the existing property and images of the 2 buildings. As you can see, they are heavily damaged and not in a habitable state. Some pictures of Alma Street, and then here are images of adjacent buildings along Alma Street. It represents duplex units and larger multi-family buildings. Let's see. Emily did a great job in outlining all the comments that we received from the study session and had gone through our proposals in responding to them. Just want to go through the units in more detail. Gemini Properties' goal is to provide equitably sized units for families. And with that, we are proposing 1,200 square foot units. And they are 3 stories high, three-story buildings. On the ground level is the living, dining, kitchen in an open plan. And on the 2 upper levels are the bedrooms. The middle level is composed of 2 smaller bedrooms with a shared bathroom. And the top level is the primary bedroom suite. And then on the roof, we're showing areas where solar panels can be located. Other changes in addition to the items already mentioned are these overhangs, and they are in response to the fire requirement for roof access. So you see in some of these elevations, we've added these overhangs here and in between the buildings. And I think that's about all of the items that haven't been mentioned. And with that, I will end my presentation. Just want to go through some of the slides that show additional renderings of the property. Here is the adjacent property behind our project. As you can see, there are existing vegetations that help or provide some screening for privacy. And here are renderings of the building from the parking court. And with that, I end my presentation and happy to respond to any comments or questions.
Thank you. And actually, could I ask you to state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's KHOANDUONG.
Thank you. Alrighty. Do we have any members of the public that wish to speak on this item?
Chair Thompson, we don't have any requests to speak for this item.
Sorry, we don't. That's what I heard. Okay. Alrighty. Are there any questions of the applicant from members of the board?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to be clear, I understand. I have the sample board in front of me now, and I'm looking at the previously submitted white exterior cement plaster finish, and this drive-it sample is now the proposed substitution for that. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Wonderful, thank you. I just wanted to be clear about that. And then this wood finish is the one with the shoguban burnt wood finish on it. Is that correct again?
Yes.
Thank you. That's my questions.
Do you have any questions?
What is the purpose of these fire department regulations? What do they serve?
Should I answer that question?
Yes, please.
Our building is 30 feet high. And in order for them to access the roof, they need a platform at 27 feet elevation for them to put their ladders up against to climb onto. And then from there, the minimum remaining height to get to the roof is 3 feet. So the overhangs are at 20 feet above finished floor.
Uh-huh. So the ladder in the middle, for example, would get to the 20-foot to that platform.
Right, exactly, to the overhang. And then from there they get.
From there they could. access the roof.
Right.
Okay,
And then the platforms that connect the buildings are for them to get from one building to the adjacent.
oh, up above, there's even one
Yes.
further up.
Right.
Is it possible you could pull
Okay.
that up again? Just so that we could-
Yeah.
I can also do that.
I'm just realizing it's not in our packet.
So this is the plan set. Actually, I think this might be the application or the applicant's presentation, but the same sheet is shown in the plan set
I
with
see.
the 27-foot overhangs. This is showing with them facing into the parking court area. The other side also shows them where the buildings
Mhm,
go towards each other here.
mhm.
I have some follow-up questions on these, if that's okay. Are they just kind of frames or is there like a solid piece of glass in between? Right now in our rendering, it just looks like frames.
Anything, yeah.
Yep, they're framed overhangs and they will be solid.
And what's the material that's going in between the frames?
It's a steel frame, and it will be enclosed with roofing material. And on the underside will likely be a tongue and groove wood.
Oh,
Okay. All right. That's a good clarification because in our drawings, it's showing kind of see-through.
Oh, let's see.
Do you have more questions?
nope.
I have another question. So, and do these occur on both sets of both like sort of the two twins?
Yes.
It occurs on the Alma side and the back side. Okay.
Right. And another reason for the connection between the two buildings is to allow them two means of egress so they can get up and down on the other side in the event that one side is obstructed.
Sure. One more question.
Are there, there's no, I don't think you've shown an elevation of the passageway, the perimeter walls that are encompassing wall there. Are there any penetrations of that? Are there any windows in there in that area? Is there any?
Yeah, not on the internal access space. There are no openings on these walls.
Is there any lighting diagram for that area? Or lighting, are there lighting fixtures you've selected for that area?
Yes, we do have a lighting, exterior lighting plan as part of the submittal set.
I'm actually talking about the passageway in between the buildings is, yeah.
So there's an image of an exterior sconce, and I'm gonna sketch on this. There will be lighting. This is an older plan. Right now, the doors are set in to increase privacy for each of the tenants. But we have fixtures here at the entrances, and then also light fixtures at close to the parking area right here and there.
And those are down fixtures, basically? Just down light or up light? What are
I think they are direct and indirect.
Direct and indirect.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Are they the WAC lighting fixture that we see on A010?
If you scroll up to the upper right corner, there's an image of the fixture there.
Yeah, okay. It's these ones.
WAC. Well, looks like it's both ways.
Sure, follow up. Board Member Balter.
One further question maybe to staff or the applicant regarding the platforms for fire. In your discussions with the fire department, was there any other options to meeting that sort of requirement? It's something I've never come across before. And I think it has some architectural significance. For example, some sort of exterior mounted ladder, or is there any other options?
We did propose that, and they in their experience, they didn't find that to be a good solution, because they didn't want the firemen to have to go around to look for them. It is much quicker for them to use their own ladders. So the only other solution is to lower the height of the building 3 feet, which would decrease the ceiling height significantly and would not allow us to have 3 stories. It's a unique solution, and it's one that we settled on after numerous discussions with the fire marshal.
Thank you. And to staff, have you talked to the fire department as well to verify that they're indeed requiring a platform because the building's higher than 27 feet? Again, that's something that's unique, at least in my experience. With the staff, have we verified that's really what the fire department is asking us to do?
Yes, this is something that I've seen on at least one other project.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. Board Member Chen.
I have a question about the privacy. So I know we have privacy guidelines to the adjacent neighbors. So how about since this is a multifamily project, do we have any privacy guideline between the units on the site? When I see the section and floor plans, it seems like on the second floor, the 2 bedrooms are really close and the 2 big windows are basically just facing each other. So I'm not sure if there is any privacy concern on the site. Thank you.
Are you referring to towards the interior parking
Yes.
court area?
Yeah.
So we do not specify privacy requirements between the multifamily units. In this case, the distance between them is 20-something feet. Unfortunately, I don't have the exact number. But that is something that can be considered.
Are there any more questions, Board Member Chen? Just want to make sure.
I'd just like to ask a clarification.
I have a very brief question. It's just, what is the existing ceiling heights between them? Sort of circling back to that fire ledge. What is the current ceiling heights of each of the levels?
The top bedroom level is 8.5 feet. The middle level is 8 feet, and the ground level is 9 feet.
Excellent. Thank you.
9.5 feet.
Thank you.
You have a follow-up, Board Member Hirsch?
Yeah, almost forgot. Yeah. On the 2 windows that are kind of projecting closest to each other in the center court, those are both from the stairwell, aren't they? That's part of the stairwell?
Yes. There is well, on the middle level, the larger windows are the bedrooms facing the parking court. And I have the dimension here between those two, and it's 25 feet 4 inches.
So the bedroom to bedroom windows face each other in that dimension.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from anybody on the board? All righty. Well, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Would you like to go first, Peter?
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Thank you to the applicant for bringing this forward. I'm going to limit my comments to two issues that I have concerns about. The big one is the privacy impact and possible mitigation of that to buildings at the rear and the sides. I think that not balcony landscaping notwithstanding, there's insufficient protection for the privacy of the neighbors. This is an R1 neighborhood at the back, and it's really striking to me, at least when you go back to that. Without any landscaping at the perimeter, a 7-foot fence is just not adequate to ensure privacy. So at the minimum, we need to see something really substantial at those balconies. And I'm just not confident that specified landscaping of 5 feet in height is going to do it. I think that's so dependent on the landscape actually achieving that and being maintained. Without that, there's virtually no privacy for the neighbors. If you're sitting, say, 10 or 15 feet up looking into their yard, it's a straight shot into it. I'm also concerned along the sides of the property where they have the planting strips that we should be asking for robust landscaping there. These are lower buildings adjacent, and I just think it's really important to have more protection to the neighbors. My second concern is the color of the building. We raised this issue at our first review. The samples that come back to us are virtually identical, at least as far as the tone of the white color. And I think this is a 30-foot tall wall. This will be visible coming down Alma Street, not to mention visible from all the neighbors at the sides and the neighbors in the back. And this is, at least to me, a bright white beacon. It's really quite reflective. And I just think it needs to be toned down to the point where it's not so bright. I fully understand your desire for a strong iconic structure, and I can appreciate the architectural quality to that. But if you go to the neighbors in the back, I think they will not quite feel the same. So that's the extent of in the sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Hirsch?
You know, the closest, since that Board Member Bolte's comments are concerning privacy mostly, you have to take into account the fact that the building steps in the back. So seems that the upstairs bedrooms, balconies, which would be probably the ones that would be most impactful on the neighbor, because the ground floor would have a decent fence between the properties. And it steps back and sort of recognizes the fact, or if not, it's the scheme of the whole thing, and seems to me to work to provide the privacy, especially if the planter is located on that, has plants that are high enough to also make it more private in that area. My concern is kind of the area that's between the buildings, that's really very narrow, very tall. And what the feeling of that would be like at night, you know, walking through that. So, I mean, you pointed out that there are sort of low lights that will shine some light up. But I would think that you'd want to have more light above. In fact, to animate that area, maybe there would be a windows, not perhaps they're diffuse glass, because you really don't need to look at it, but at least you could provide some form of light kind of that comes into the space. it's a kind of an important area. Strange as it is, it's just a connecting element between the front and the back building. The scheme of it is quite clever. I mean, the whole scheme is quite clever, I think. But that space is not so comfortable. I have a 2-story kind of a skylight over my staircase and in my house, and that's only about 20 feet up, and it's quite tall within the dimension of the staircase. So I think you could find some other ways. And now you almost have a reason to do it. You have this platform up above, and maybe you could attach some lighting that would light down from the platform and make that space lighter at the top, especially at night, when it's kind of oppressive to go into a space that's quite that tight. I think it sort of works with what you've got there, and you have to maximize everything in the perimeter of the site to have the appropriate access and egress from the site. And you've done a good job of keeping the structure back or below to allow the cars to in and out of the parking area. So I think it works. And I think by improving the paving the way we suggested that you work on that, you've done a good job with that. There's very little more that you can do here on this site other than what you have done. And I think it's a really interesting kind of a typology here for an area like this. The one thing you really also can't avoid is the noise from Alma and the traffic pattern there. But it seems to me that the planting outside of the first wall there that you would get to from the outside in the private yards or in front of those private yards could include some somewhat taller kind of privacy planting that would make it feel less a part of the street in the front. So maybe you could work on something that become a kind of a planting wall of some sort. I'm not suggesting a structure, but certainly something with smaller scale, but medium scale planting would help create a little more privacy, but you're never going to avoid the kind of the noise of the oncoming traffic, which is fierce along Alma and kind of scary in my experience. But other than those comments, I do believe you've done about as best as you can do. I just, the front unit, I didn't find, these are silly little things, but like a closet or whatever, and the use of areas under the staircase are going to become very important because the living room is really rather tight. The bedrooms seem decent and the living room seems tight. So some ways to kind of expand living room use without changing the plan, that's your job, not mine, lucky for me. But you need to think about that. I mean, it looks to me like the kitchen is fine, but there is no place for a pantry, so I guess they'll have to live with it somehow and use the upper cabinets need to be very useful all the way to the ceiling for whatever people might eventually be able to use, since they don't have a cellar or access to something like that, which would be kind of interesting for storage. But with that said, I think that Peter's comment probably is the most significant. I didn't notice your air conditioning condensing unit in the front. I don't know where it's located, and I should have asked that question, but I didn't. So if at some point you have a chance to answer that, maybe it's in the parking area built in the back. I don't know. Okay, if that's correct, as you shake your head and I'm watching you. Yes, okay, fine. That seems like a reasonable place for it. Other than that, we'll sum up later, but good job.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hirsch. Board Member Rosenberg.
I will echo my two council members' thoughts on this as well. I agree that the white is quite bright coming down Alma. However, I absolutely understand the need or the desire for it to have it on the front and rear facades. I would.
Oh, ask her to take the mask off.
Apologies, and especially with my mask on as well, I apologize. So I think that there might be a solution there where you maintain the white on the front rear facades and the internal courtyard facades, but it's the Alma faces that really need a little bit of attention with that color. So is there the possibility of doing a color shift at some point, color blocking to some extent, so those side facades really are a bit more muted while maintaining the architectural integrity and color scheme of those front facades? And I don't know if that's possible, just putting that idea out there. And additionally, with the light concern down that platform, I mean, there's a lot of options for a white laminate skylights, cow wall type systems, things like that, to just really make sure that some light comes to the center of the space. I think makes a lot of sense. That's it for my comments.
Thank you. Board Member Chen.
Yeah, I think the site planning is really smart. It solved the parking problem issues at the center of the court. And yeah, I do have some concern about the privacy issues, but I think from the side, there's really limited things we can do because the lot is really narrow and we have some trees remaining there. My concern is still between this unit. I know people nowadays love the big windows, and I also like the wall-to-wall windows on the second floor for the bedrooms, but I'm just not sure about in this case if it is a pleasant feeling to have these big windows between these bedrooms. Is it possible that when we meet the egress windows, but still somehow to offset the windows between the units? That's all my comments.
All right, thank you, Board Member Chen. I'll echo some things I heard that I agree with. I also had a note here that it might be relatively simple to offset the windows. You'd have to mirror the floor plans perhaps, but that would give you a great deal of privacy. And I think it would be greater for the residents. I think, on the note about the material, initially when I saw this, I actually thought it was fine. That I do think that the crystal white is way too white. And this sort of light gray is growing on me. I'm trying to find angles in which this thing really creates glare. We might need to it's not a very bright day today, unfortunately. But I think I'm okay with the approach. I think this, at least I might be alone here on the board, but I do think that white is okay with me, at least for now. Because I'm worried if it gets too much darker, the contrast that I think the design is trying to do between the wood and the white and the black could get muddy potentially. And I don't want to compromise that as well, because I do think this building looks, it'll be a nice addition to Alma. I think it's quite handsome looking. So I do want to keep the integrity of the design intent. And I do think this one step down at this moment is working for me. I might walk over to the window in a second, but I think for now I'm okay with that material. For the rear planter in the balconies that face the rear, I saw that it's a nice depth. It's 1'10". But what I didn't see is in the landscaping plan, it's not really indicated what planting might go in that. And I might recommend that we do encourage some sort of screening planting in those planters to create some more privacy between the occupants and the neighbors beyond. And in the past, we've received planting plans for upper levels for those reasons. So I might recommend that. I also agree with Board Member Rosenberg about keeping it light in between the buildings. in the renderings, we are seeing those shelves sort of see through, but then when we chatted just now, we heard that it might be solid with a wood soffit. But I do think having it clear, it's funny, having it clear would give you light, but then there's a maintenance issue because there will be bird poop most likely. And dust in addition. So it's a double-edged sword. So I understand that there might be leanings away from it, but maybe there's a way to work around it. I do think having the area in between those buildings will be most successful if it's as bright as possible. In terms of my other notes, in general, the massing seems to be okay. I like that it's set back from Alma. And I think those are the majority of my comments. So let's bring it back to the board. And I'll also say I can approve this project today. I think that it meets the findings for the most part. So let's bring it back to the board and see where we are. If we feel we can approve this, if there is some things maybe we'd want to put to subcommittee. I heard, I think we want to talk about the material choice because I know there's some conflicting opinions on that. Some ideas about privacy in terms of offsetting the windows and the planters. And then what other things are items of concern that we might want to talk about as a group?
Well, I'm very concerned about the privacy from the balconies at the back. I hope I'm not the only one on that, but I'm not satisfied with the solution we have here yet.
Okay, privacy. So let's, okay. So there's the windows, privacy, and then there's the balcony in the back. Trying to see if there's anything else that was discussed. Light. Okay, well, you have another item?
Yeah, I think the solidness of the fire department between the buildings is unfortunate that it really could be a kind of a grating. Yes, of course, there's some bird poop, but then rain will eventually take care of that. And if not, it's just going to be a dirty mess on top of it. Even if you don't look at it, it seems to me that allowing the weather through it is better bet than actually, and it's much more interesting from below not to have a solid element up there. This is, after all, an open space, all the way up. And if you have a grating of some sort, I think the fire department would accept it and it would be more appropriate material. So that's one smaller issue. In terms of the color of the stucco.
Let's go one thing at a time. So actually, let's start with the lighting in between. So there's a suggestion for grading. Board Member Rosenberg, I think you had mentioned a like acrylic or something light.
Yeah, type of cowl wall system where it's almost like it's a translucent or a white laminate type of skylight, something like that. Maybe even just a series of skylights within a solid structure, something to just draw a little bit more light down there.
If I can clarify, the overhangs in between the buildings, we are showing a walkable glass, but I do want to take your comments into consideration in regards to maintenance. And I think Board Member Hirsch's suggestion of some type of a metal grating is a good solution. It will allow the enough support for fire access, and it does allow light to penetrate through.
I think it wasn't clear to us that it's a walkable glass. I think when I thought I'd heard that was going to be a solid material with a wood soffit.
That is the case in the overhang at the parking court.
I see. Okay, so on the parking court side, it's solid, but in between the buildings, it's a walkable glass.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. In that case, I don't have any issues with that. I think a walkable glass is.
Walkable what?
A walkable glass.
Glass?
Yeah. So that way it'll keep light in between the buildings.
And is that glass being proposed to be clear or some type of laminate or translucent obscure?
It will be a laminated glass and obscure.
Oh, well, it's that the bird poop is going to show.
Yeah, but then the rain comes, right?
Well, yes and no. Some things don't rain off unless it's tilted, and the fire department isn't going to want that.
Okay.
I would go for a grading. I would not want to have glass there. And it might be an issue with the fire department. I don't know. You have to see if they slippery or whatever, because it's glass. Something that the feet could grip on would be a better functional element for that. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but
Yeah. I just wanted to check if Board Member Chen had any comments on this one item, and then we'll move on to the privacy.
No comments for now.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's go on to the item that Board Member Balte raised about the balcony deck.
Yeah, and if I can jump in on that then. This is adjacent to an R1 property. If this were a single family house going through an IR process, there's no way this balcony would be approved as it is with just landscaping to provide this sort of privacy. I'm 100% positive that someone standing on either of those balconies will be looking directly into the neighboring yards. And the only thing that would prevent it is the 18 inches or so of landscaping that's proposed for these planters. And I'm not confident that that will take effect at all, or if it does, that will last over time. That's so dependent on the tenant themselves taking care of it. There's no enforcement mechanism for the city to understand or check what's going on, not to mention actually do something about it if a neighbor complains. There's been increasing concerns throughout the town about this type of privacy. As we've got objective standards coming down, how do we prevent people in lower R1 neighborhoods from having their privacy impacted by projects like this? I think it's a terrible mistake to allow a lesser standard than what we would do for single family development between single family homes just because it's an apartment building. I think we need to have the standard of anything below 5 feet needs to have an opacity or translucence of something like 75 or 85%, in addition to the planter, the way it's designed. I know we discussed this greatly at our last meeting, and this is a current topic we're all struggling with. It's not easy, and it is an impact on the people on the balconies. They want to be able to look out and not feel constrained, but it was such an eye-opener to me again this weekend going out there that the privacy impact is real. It's really dramatic. The only space that adjacent family has is their 20 or 30 foot backyard. When you draw sight lines on the sections they've provided, that's just completely obliterated by this balcony. And especially with the inability in this case to put significant landscaping along the fence, which is a preferable way to get to landscaping, I just think we have to do something else on these balconies to prevent them from having direct line of sight into the neighbors' yards. Thank you.
Any thoughts?
I had a clarification question. So there had been mention of a 5-foot PUE in the back side of this property. Does that mean that there's no planting along that back fence allowed on this property site?
It's a question for staff.
Yes, that's correct. The utilities department prevents any tall landscaping that would grow to a mature height that would interfere with the utility lines.
Understood. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
staff, the utility lines are up above on the property line behind the buildings here? Is that what you're saying?
There is a public utility easement. I didn't verify if it was for overhead lines or something underground, but in either case, it would constrain screening landscaping.
I think, I'd like to ask that that be clarified somehow as to what is possible back there, because I think it's nice to have that balcony, and if there were some way to obscure, plant a row of trees behind there, or evergreens, that grow up solid at that point, create privacy that way. Even if it took away some of the space on the ground floor, which is extensive, and runs around the side of the building. So if there was some way to put this item on hold until you research that a little better, I would appreciate that, because I think Peter's point is well taken. Just meeting about in between buildings, what to do, but it appears that this is also less than 20 feet from the backyard. Is that about right? Yeah.
So the survey clarifies that it is overhead lines. There's a 5-foot utility easement, and then another 5 feet to the edge of the lower floor. The upper floor balcony is about 15 feet from the property line, and then the third floor is set back slightly further. Let's see.
I'm measuring 23 feet on our sheet A1.02. I see it's about 23 feet from the face of glazing to the property line.
From the
And
glazing. Oh,
correct.
The edge of the balcony.
but I'm thinking, the edge of the front of the balcony.
So the
is really-
balcony, the balcony has 6 feet plus a foot and 10 inches of planter. So that's 7 foot, 10 inches total, but there is a barrier of almost 2 feet between the edge. And I think that might have been one of our comments, maybe not. It's something we've discussed, at least as far as our sightline plane, that would sort of comply with that. Do you want me to show you?
To the building. Oh, but this is the backyard here.
This is the property line.
So what's the total distance from here to here?
So I have 23 feet to the line, and then there's 7, 10.
So, and what sheet number are we looking at currently?
We're on sheet A1.02.
I can share my PDF presentation. I have the dimensions here. So this is the middle level. The balcony from the face of the building to the outside of the planter is 7 feet 10 inches. And from there, it's 15 feet 2 inches to the lot line. And if I can make a suggestion in regards to providing enough obstruction for privacy, going to the building section here, what we've done here is take it to the maximum allowed given the daylight plane. So we could shrink the balconies so that would allow a 5-foot high solid barrier. I recall Board Member Balte saying that 5 feet would be an adequate height to prevent any privacy issues. And we can do the same thing on the third floor, is to push the planters back to achieve a 5-foot tall planting wall.
If you had a lightweight structure, screening of some sort, does that count in the daylight plane?
You mean like a trellis or something?
Trellis, yeah.
Yeah, a trellis, a fence, anything of that nature needs to be outside the daylight plane. Only landscaping can penetrate.
Only landscaping can.
Correct.
So the lightest weight framework for some growing thing would not be allowed. Seems a shame.
Just so folks know, this section is also on A3.05 of our drawing set. And I think I do see there was some planting suggestions here as well, a horsetail.
So board members, I suppose if we could make the findings for a DEE might be the only way. But I'm not sure that, I mean, it would have to be an architectural feature. We'd have to see if we could make those findings.
Yeah, I'm opposed to making the balconies any smaller. I mean, these are already very small buildings. I think the balconies need to remain as big as possible. I'm just after getting privacy any which way we can get it in a permanent sense. So I can easily support a lightweight lattice structure that has substantial opacity, projecting beyond the daylight plane a small amount. I think that's a very reasonable solution, given that you can't put other landscaping here because of the unique circumstance of the overhead line of the easement.
Agree with that concept if it can get through the building department.
If you shift the balcony, if you shift the planter another 2 feet back or so, then you might as well not have the balcony. Right? I mean, Osman and I were talking about the size of a balcony the other day, but even by Hearst standards,
6 foot
which I think
standard.
are minute, it wouldn't work anymore. And I'm not at all out to reduce that kind of thing. So,
I could support that as well. This section is very helpful, actually. Thank you for bringing it up. What do the other board members think of that suggestion?
I would agree. I think that having some type of lattice work or something that could support a planting, and even if the planting, you know, in the winter loses its leaves, or if the plant dies and the tenant doesn't take good care of it, at least there's some type of obscurity. So fully on board with that.
Board member Chen? Oh, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I support that idea. I think that would be helpful, especially during the winter times.
Great. And yeah, board member Hirsch?
yes.
All right. Wow, look at us. Okay. So that was the privacy issue. There was another privacy issue raised by board member Chen and myself about offsetting windows. And you could kind of see this on the second floor plan.
Which page are you looking at, Osman?
A1.02. Board member Chen, did you have any more to add on the offsetting windows idea?
Well, not really. I think it's up to the applicant to come up with some more creative ideas, but I'm just throwing the idea, maybe when meeting with the egress windows, it's possible to have the offset window, maybe something similar to what they did at the stair on the third floor, like an L shape, while they still keep the high windows there, but then on the lower part, it could be offset. I don't know.
If I can suggest, we could obscure the glazing on the lower portion of the window and keep the top portion clear. That way they have a nice view of the sky. Understand that the view into the parking court is probably not one that's very strong. So I don't see an issue with providing some obscurity, which would help with the privacy concerns.
I'm actually, the more that I'm looking at this, I do think that there might be alternative methods, I guess. I'm not a big fan of obscuring windows because I do think it compromises quality of life. But are there any other thoughts on this one?
I don't think you're going to be able to offset these windows in any effective fashion. As I'm looking at sheet A 1.02, even if you could, on some sort of plan sense, reduce the size of the windows and shift one bedroom and the other, so they're not by plan offset, and the angles are such that the privacy impact would be almost the same. These are floor to ceiling glazing, is that right? Or
I don't know. Are they floor to ceiling glazing? I thought they
They're
had-
not. There's a raised sill at 30 inches.
so, I guess to my way of thinking, it's awfully tight to try to get a high privacy standard between units with this partee. And I think that's something that's up to the designer and the owners to decide on. I'm not sure I feel that comfortable, certainly not regulating things like obscure glazing. That's a significant impact tenants to the occupants. And I'd rather leave that to the occupants to decide. These are bedrooms. They're most likely going to have some sort of window covering on the inside. And I guess I'm inclined to leave this to the latitude of the designers and the owners. I'm not discounting that there is a real privacy impact, but my concern is the privacy impact to the neighbors on the other properties.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay to let that one go.
Yes, I just want to add, of course, the owners are going to decide on how they want to obscure the windows from the inside. There's all kinds of ways of doing that, and so I go along with that concept.
Or they may want to, fall in love across the way. I don't want to.
Sure, romantic.
Funny story. This is going to take a short time. I had in my house growing up, there was a really cute boy next door, and our windows.
Sure you want to go here?
Our windows never looked in. Like I could never see anything, so I always it was at an angle, and so I could just sort of see him watch TV sometimes.
And he's not your husband now, is he?
No. But I just remember being like, why didn't the architect think about me? Anyway. So, okay, the last item was on the materials. So this is the white color. I kind of want to hear from, I'm sorry, Board Member Chen, you're not really able to see this, but maybe if I pull this up, you can see what it looks like when there's bright lights shining on it.
I've been looking up at the stucco up here.
It's not reflective, but it's very white.
It's not reflective. It doesn't bother me. I think everyone should look at it at the window, actually.
I'm looking at stucco like that in the skylights there and the texture of the skylight. Okay.
Board Member Chen, you should acknowledge this is where you need to be.
Yeah, next time, definitely.
How detailed can we get?
I think looking at it in the window, the brightness does not bother me at all. I have no issue with this material.
I think Kendra's idea was the way to go. They should try to do something to tone down the sides while keeping the rest of it. Just the part that you see coming down Alma, it's a 30-foot tall white wall is the issue, at least in my book. And I think there's ways that designers could modulate that. At least it's worth trying.
Well,
Did you say the suggestion again?
Yeah, the suggestion is basically keeping the white on the facades that you see from sort of Alma Street, the neighbors and the interior courtyards. And it's only those tall side ones, maybe alternating the color there, even maintaining a white frame around the edge to mimic the architecture of the front portion, but just toning down some portion of that huge white wall to break it up visually a bit so that, again, as you're driving down Alma, which I do every single day, you don't just see like a white billboard. Now, on that same note, as these buildings get more developed down the street, you're going to have more and more of these tall buildings. It probably won't be as impactful. I think part of the issue right now is this is the only tall building in that area. And so when you drive down Alma, you're just going to hit this billboard wall of the side of the building. So I think any way that we can sort of tone it down, if it's planting that's growing along the side of it, it's making a different stucco color choice on that facade. But I love the way the building looks from the front, so I wouldn't ask that to be changed. I really feel like that would be a negative thing to have to darken the entire structure. So just really trying to attack the issue of that glare coming down Alma from either direction.
Yeah, there's a kind of a purity to this building and the simple, and Ozma really spoke to the contrast as being part of that purity as well. And I agree with that. this, what you see from Alma Street is you better watch the traffic because otherwise you'll be in an accident if you look too long at this building. And it's absolutely correct. This is a prototype of what we're likely to see in other areas along the street. So the perspective view looking inside at that whole wall will detract you from watching the traffic as you pass by in the car. So I don't think that will be such an issue. I mean, it's maybe nice to put a little more warmth into the stucco element, but then you're going to lose the contrast. So I think I could say that I'm okay with the stucco, the way it is shown in the color of it.
I want to give Board Member Chen an opportunity to speak on this sidewall concept.
Well, it's kind of hard without seeing the material boards. But yeah, I kind of like echo what Board Member Rosmer said. Maybe a green wall or some kind of planters on the sidewall will be helpful to soften the side so that it will not distract the drivers driving by.
Do you have a comment, Board Member Balte? Okay. Yeah, kind of, I see the point now that it's maybe a little slightly less about the material, maybe slightly more that it's kind of a big face, a big mass on that side. I do see that there are these sort of trellises, wood screens that are 50% open. I'm looking at sheet A3.02. That sort of help break it up. I mean, this could be something where maybe we ask the applicant to consider something and maybe we look at it in subcommittee. I feel like it's kind of something that requires a little bit more thought. So yeah, I think that's kind of where I am on this
I'd
one.
like to register a no on that. I think that the side elevations are perfectly fine the way they are. And I would think that if you grow stucco on one side, you can't grow it on the other side because there won't be enough light on that side or whatever, growing elements on the side. And there's really very narrow area of the traffic coming through. The outer couple of feet of planting is already there. So I think it's fine the way it is. So we're looking at it right now. And those balcony wooden elements that break it up and the windows that break it up, they're very nice. They work well with the shape of the whole structure. And I like it just the way it is.
Okay. So I think we're in a place where maybe we could make a motion. Would anybody like to?
Can I clarify with staff, if we move that we allow a design enhancement exception, can that be done through a subcommittee process?
Yes, I mean, the draft findings, staff will draft those up. The board would just need to believe that it's minor enough and believe that we could make the findings.
So to the chair, before I make a motion, I'm going to move that we approve this with the subcommittee to review that balcony. I would like to be on that subcommittee in order for me to feel comfortable with it going to subcommittee.
Sure.
Is that a fair back and forth?
I think that's
Yeah, okay, so
fine.
then I'd like to move that we recommend approval of this project with the following 3 items coming back to subcommittee for approval. The first one being some sort of a trellis device being put on the balconies that prevents more than 75% visible transmission to the height of 5 feet on the planters where they are established right now on the plans, and that the board finds that that does meet the criteria for a design enhancement exception. The second item is that some modifications be made to the exterior finish on the sides of the building that are visible from Alma Street, the two outside side edges, to modulate the overall brightness of the building. I'm not sure how to phrase this, Kendra. I don't want to be specific saying what they have to do. It doesn't necessarily have to be a different color, but just a little bit more modulation perhaps, or a different color.
Is this a consider?
Well, they actually want them to do something.
Mhm.
Exactly what it is, the subcommittee will decide.
The designer will decide and the
Yeah,
subcommittee.
but
will review.
these are very talented designers. I'd love to see their reaction to what to do with this.
Okay.
And what was the third thing?
I only have two things.
Go ahead, tell me what.
No, those are the
Okay,
only.
I'm going to
two
make that
things.
motion with those two conditions, and then we'll do amendments.
Is there a second?
You should second.
I second.
Okay, motion by Volte, seconded by Rosenberg.
And will conduct the roll call, vote.
Are there amendments? to that?
Wait, really quick. Are there any amendments or
Yes,
would
I
anybody
thought I
like to
forgot
speak?
yes,
something.
I
that's why.
would.
Go ahead, Board Member Hirsch.
I would see a limit to the amount of change to the perimeter that might be through stucco patterning of some sort rather than a planting, that would be just to break down the scale of the side of the building. So those would be small shadow lines maybe within the stucco.
I can accept that amendment.
Agreed. And I think that if I'm understanding the intent of
Yeah.
the subcommittee is to really just allow for the designer to have the opportunity to explore what the solution is, not that we're trying to impose a specific solution. Is that
But
correct?
but we are asking for them to do something.
Something, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so I accept that amendment.
Acceptable.
Okay. Any other? Okay. All right, let's do the vote.
Board Member Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Chair Thompson,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
congratulations.
Thank you so much.
To the chair, can you appoint the subcommittee, please?
Yes. Who would like to be on the subcommittee in addition to Board Member Balte? Board Member
Be
Rosenberg?
happy to.
All right, there it is. Balte and Rosenberg. All right, well, thank you so much. Thank you to the applicant.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, let us, what time is it? Do board members want a 5-minute break before we go to our next item? We'll start at 10 o'clock on our next item, which is the 1310 Bryant Street. All right, see everybody in 10. How are we doing? Are we good to resume? Okay, thank you. Well, welcome everybody back. We are going to go on to our next action item. So that is 1310 Bryant Street. This is an architectural review application that was remanded by the City Council for review for a redesigned academic building, alternative parking options with associated parking adjustment request, and additional tree preservation proposal. The ARB previously recommended approval of the architectural review application in fall of 2020 and continued its December 2nd, 2021 hearing to a date uncertain. Before we go to staff, are there any disclosures?
I visited the site extensively this weekend again. Just really spent about 2 hours there walking around. Didn't speak to anybody though.
Okay, thank you. And Board Member Hirsch?
Yes, I visited the site early in the morning to watch the kids arrive and how they arrive. And also spoke 2 times, I think now, with Jeff Levitsky, who called me out of the blue and wanted to discuss the project. So I'm disclosing that.
Okay, thank you. Any disclosures?
I used to bike past it daily, but it was more years ago than I care to remember, but that's about it.
Any disclosures, Board Member Chen?
I visited the site yesterday and didn't speak to anybody.
Okay, thank you. And I've also visited the site. Okay, let's go to staff for their presentation.
Good morning. I'm going to share my screen. This is Amy French, Chief Planning Official. Okay, could I get a concurrence that you are seeing my screen?
We can see your screen.
Thank you. Welcome to new board members. Thank you for joining us today. It's much appreciated. It's nice to have a full board of 5 members. This project was submitted, the architecture review application in particular was submitted in April of 2019. The conditional use permit was submitted years earlier. This is the ARB's purview, the architecture review application. Today, our hearing is tailored to the Kellogg Facade Study. This is as a result of the December 2nd, 2021 ARB meeting that requested a return to study the Kellogg Facade and changes thereto. Today, we will have a staff presentation. We'll go to ARB questions. We'll have an applicant presentation and questions of the applicant. We have a number of public speakers, and then we have ARB comments. And then ideally, we will have a vote on this Kellogg Facade Study so that the applicant can incorporate those into the drawings that would proceed forward to the next step. I also have the findings that I have edited specifically for the option E, which I'll cover, especially for the new members in a moment. And we do have the ad hoc review follow-up condition that would be modified given that in December, many of the subcommittee items that were in the original conditions of approval were reviewed by the full board. So just a recap on the council motions from March of 2021. The council asked the ARB to re-review the academic building. That happened in December. as far as reduction of the gross floor area and reconsidering of the massing and compatibility. The ARB majority asked for revisions to the Kellogg facade, and here we are today for that purpose. The council also directed items related to the below grade garage and options regarding parking and saving of trees to staff and the Planning and Transportation Commission. But these are also design related. So we have been sharing those with the ARB and seeking feedback on those. So back in December last year, the ARB noted its support of both options D and E. However, option D had more than 50% of the required 104 spaces placed below grade. And so staff did not support moving forward with option D because it did not meet the council's specific direction that no more than 50% of the required on-site parking may be located below grade. So staff determined that option E would meet council direction, not only because it puts only 50% of the parking below grade, it also saves a tree 155, which the other options did not save. That's a mature oak tree. And this is associated with a 14.4% parking reduction below the 104 required spaces. That's a loss of 15 spaces, but the robust transportation demand management program is designed to address the loss of those, or the lack of those 15 spaces in the proposed option E. Option E also eliminated the ramp down to the trash and recycling area and has an adjustment of the pool southward towards Kellogg. And again, the ARB reviewed this at the December meeting. So on to the facade study. I only have a few comparative slides. The applicant will present in more detail on this. This is the project alternative 4, which was the project the council saw in the upper image. And as you can see, this upper image shows the central section with this design and the same kind of flat roof here. And then there's a taller appearance on this building. You can see in the lower image, there's a pitched roof here. There is a pulling out of this middle section. There's some other changes I'm sure the applicant will go over. As well, there's a lowering of the height on this portion. These are the elevations. Again, I'll let the applicant cover these. You can see the difference between what was taken to the council in March of 2021 and what you're seeing today as the board. I just have quickly the roof plan to show, a roof plan can show many things, including separation of buildings or what appear to be separate buildings. So this shows the photovoltaics that was part of the project as well. And there's some other images the applicant will be able to share with you, the architect. So in addition to those on the Kellogg facade, the applicant provided these images of further modification in front of the proposed sound wall to show additional landscaping. This is what the ARB saw in December with more sparse landscaping. And this image over here shows intention for additional planting with this option E. And this is the sound wall that screens the parking lot on Kellogg Avenue. This was another request from the ARB back in December of last year, was to clearly and accurately reflect a person in this drawing where it shows what the height of the pool fence is as seen from this is the gym behind the person here. And then this is the proposed pool down here. So, and then just overview again for the new members mostly. Low grade and 26 at the surface. then this option E is 52 spaces below grade and 37 spaces at the surface. So from project alternative 4 to option E, there was an increase in 11 parking spaces and a reduction in 26 spaces below grade, if my math is correct. We had a question from board member Hirsch earlier in the week, so I'm addressing that here. Member Hirsch noted a concern about this note that appears on the plan sheet and regarding parking between 7:30 and 8 a.m. when all of these vehicles are driving through and dropping the children, the students off. And it says vehicles will not be allowed to park in highlighted spaces. And this was the intention of this note, as confirmed by the applicant, was that, you know, the staff and administrators, teachers that come and park in these spaces, these spaces, these spaces, and these spaces can indeed park before 7:30 and their vehicles stay put during this half an hour period of drop off. Again, this is the option E parking lot. I wanted to be helpful to show where those parking spaces are. 5 in this area. This is Bryant Street, and 6 in this area. This is Emerson Street. The area here is already asphalt where these parking spaces are proposed. And this went through our urban forestry department, and they had weighed in that this was a better treatment to leave the asphalt where it was to protect. This is tree 89. We have a benefit with option E that it, in addition to protecting tree 155, it improves the conditions for tree 89 here and tree 87, another oak, with pulling the pool back, pool deck and everything farther away from those tree protection zones. So I believe this is my last slide. This is the ad hoc review items that were in the prior recommendation for approval back in 2020. And these were brought forward in plans the ARB reviewed in December of last year. So there were comments on those these items as having satisfied the request to return with drawings for a subcommittee. And the one item that was on the ad hoc items were that was not addressed was this one, which is adding a transparent sound barrier at the Kellogg balcony. There was a comment that this may not be necessary as an ad hoc condition, or it may not be desirable. And then I do have all of the, we won't go through these now, but later in the meeting, I've uploaded these to my screen showing the edits to incorporate the option E as far as number of parking spaces, trees saved, et cetera. So I have the architectural review findings, findings 1, finding 2B2, which is about trees, and finding 4. So that concludes my presentation. I am going to get out of it. And here we go.
And just one moment before the applicant starts, I believe the director wanted to have a word, just given that we do have 2 new board members.
Great. Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Chair Thompson, for this meeting today. I did want to just acknowledge for the record and give our new board members an opportunity to speak on the record about their having reviewed the previous video or recordings of the hearing and the proceedings that are before the ARB this morning. And if that's the case, then we can proceed. But if that's not the case, then we'd like to have a follow-up conversation about that. But rather than assume any conclusion on that, we'll just, Chair, if we can just let the board members speak to their familiarity with the project.
Sure. Okay. Remember Rosenberg?
Nice to meet you all. We were given these packets relatively quickly. We were made aware that we were going to be reviewing these. We were given full documents printed out, and we did our best to review everything that we could review. That being said, of course, we will not have the full context and history of being actually on the board since day one. So all I can say is that we've gotten as much information as we were able to take in the past week, and we will do our best to keep an open mind and evaluate fairly.
Thank you. Board Member Chen?
Yeah, I had a chance to briefly go through the drawings, and I do have two questions about the garage. So I'm not sure if I should ask now or maybe later.
Later's fine.
Okay.
I think the director was just asking about if you've had a
Yeah.
chance to review past meetings.
Yeah, I watched some previous videos before, so generally know what's going on during the last several years.
Okay, and so Chair, if I may, so I think, there's obviously a lot of history associated with this project, and we wouldn't expect the board members to have the 5 years worth of history, if that's the right number. But it is important, since the city council remanded the project back to the ARB in March, that if the new board members have had an opportunity to view the recordings before the ARB, and Amy, maybe you can correct me, there's been at least one hearing. Has there been two or one hit since that council remand?
We had just the one December 2nd, 2021 hearing with the ARB. Of course, we had multiple hearings with the Planning and Transportation.
Sure, understood. Okay, so then maybe to be more precise about it, if the two new board members had seen that video from before that Amy just referenced, that's really sort of the critical point. And if you've had a chance to view that recording and the information included in your packet then today, then we can certainly proceed. So that's the clarity I feel like I need.
Can I enhance that with a statement? And that is, in the staff report, there was a link to the minutes of that meeting as well as the video. And if that has been the method by which the new members have reviewed the proceedings on December 2nd, I think that might suffice, but they can speak to that as well.
I mean, I understand based off of Amy's presentation that we're sort of, we have a focused number of things that we're reviewing. And so I guess I just wanted to ask the director if we keep our conversation focused to the things that are in front of us that we're supposed to review, is that sufficient?
So I appreciate, and I apologize to everyone on the call to be sorting this out in real time. To the extent that you have an understanding of the project based in the staff report, I think that enables you to participate in the conversation. If you have not looked at the recordings and have familiarized yourself with the previous public testimony and discourse, then I would encourage you to refrain from voting on the matter. But you could certainly participate in the discussion.
Okay. And so did you want to confirm if board members Rosenberg and Chen have watched the last meeting in December?
Yeah, I think that's important so that the public and the applicant, as well as staff, have an understanding as to who will be voting at the end of the action, either this morning, whether it's to continue or to make a recommendation. I think it'd be helpful to know in advance who's going to be making that vote.
Okay. Can you confirm if you've watched that video?
I can tell you I have not watched the video, so I will be refraining from voting today. I have extensively reviewed the packets and the paper documents. So it's the voting, the issue that I will refrain from voting is based on the single fact that I did not watch the video of the previous board meeting? Is that a requirement to vote?
I don't know if that's a requirement.
So Chair, if you'd like, we can go over the board rules that stipulate the parameters on that, and we can share that with our new board members. I apologize again that we hadn't done this previously in advance of this item. If you want to take another 5-minute break, we can send that excerpt of the ARB rules to the individual board members so that they can make their own judgment as to participation.
Okay.
Voting, I should say.
Do you want to do the 5-minute break? Yeah. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. So we'll come back at 10:28, I guess. What's in the, I guess it's in the bylaws.
Yes, this is in the ARB procedural rules that the director is referring to, and I just wanted to read it into the record for everyone's information. And I have sent an email directly to the new board members. The new board members were just installed on Monday, so this has been all very quick for everyone involved, staff and the new members. So, appreciate everyone's just giving us some space to make this all happen. But the procedures say that board members who were absent during part of a hearing, and for the Costalea hearing, we're talking about just this sort of round of review. But as Amy said, this portion was at a December hearing, and then now we're having a second hearing today. So that's the portion that we're talking about. It says that a board member who is absent from any portion of a hearing conducted by the board may vote on the matter, provided that he or she has watched or listened to a video or radio broadcast or video or audio recording of the entire portion of the hearing from which he or she was absent. And if he or she has examined all of the exhibits presented during the portion of the hearing from which he or she was absent, and states for the record before voting that the board member deems himself or herself to be familiar with the record and with the evidence presented at the hearing, as he or she would have been had they been attended the entire hearing. And so I think that's, we do have the minutes in the packet, and I believe the board members have reviewed that. But unfortunately, we didn't let them know that they needed to watch the video as well. And given the quick turnaround, that just, wasn't able to happen. But I can let the new board members, speak to that specifically.
Okay. Board Member Chen, I just wanted to check in with you and confirm if you had been able to review the video from December of last year.
No, I didn't watch the December video, but I just go through the drawings and all the public comments sent over.
Okay. Okay. So, sorry. Yeah, I guess.
And just to reconfirm, I have gone through the packets. I have gone through the meeting minutes. I did not watch the video, so I believe that prevents me from voting today. However, I do feel very comfortable making commentary during the presentation.
And I think we would welcome that if Board Member Chen and Board Member Rosenberg would like to stay and add to the discussion. I think that would help.
If you're open to a comment.
Sure.
Wouldn't it be more proper to continue the meeting until the two new board members have a chance to review the video so the full board can participate and take place in the discussion? I can understand why in 3 days' notice they haven't been able to watch the video, but the proper course then ought to be to give them a chance to watch the video.
So I think, yeah, I appreciate that comment. I do think we have a fair number of the members of the public that are here to speak. What we could do is to, hold a portion of the hearing now. If we wanted to continue the actual vote, that might be an option.
Yeah, I want to be respectful for people that took the time to come out here. So I think we should hear the project today. And then, yeah, maybe we can make some comments and then see where that goes.
Okay. Hard one to digest here in this short period of time. There's a tremendous amount of information and thinking that's gone into all sides of this at this point, and it's very difficult to imagine the new members being able to participate in depth with the variety of issues. And so far today, we're being asked to look at just specific elements. If we continue, I think that the new members should be able to comment, but not be able to vote at this point, because they won't be well enough informed and may in fact be informed by the end of the day. But it is certainly premature for them to vote on the items we'll be discussing.
Okay, well, I think, so I think let's move forward. I think Board Member Rosenberg and Board Member Chen, we welcome your discussion and we'd like to hear your thoughts. I think let's hear from the applicant. We'll hear from the public. I think we'll have a chance to make our own comments initially and kind of see where we are as a board. And then at that time, I think we can decide if we'd like to make a motion or if it makes sense to continue it. Okay, so we heard from the staff. So next, let's hear from the applicant. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Sure. Can I just confirm we have 10 minutes?
You have 10 minutes and please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure. I am Nancy, Nanci Kaufman, Kauffman, and I'm the head of Castellea School. I just want to start by thanking everyone for the time that you've spent on this and that you've set aside for this. I especially want to welcome the two new ARB members. I'm sorry that you hadn't been informed that you needed to watch the videos. I also do appreciate all the site visits that I've heard described today. So again, thank you very much to current or previous board members for making those visits. We are really excited to present some new modifications to our plans to you today. As you can imagine, this current plan and the building design have truly benefited from this process. There's been lots of iteration, lots of compromise, all over a period of time since 2016. And we feel so confident that this is a project that benefits the school, benefits the neighborhood, and the city of Palo Alto. This is a building that will be, part of our community for decades, and we're really proud of it. The changes that you're going to see today for your consideration past year as a continuation of this process. And in response to guidance from City Council, we have provided an option for a smaller garage that further preserves trees. We've provided options for the relocation of deliveries from below grade to at grade, and moved the location of the pool to further preserve trees. We have made adjustments to the square footage to bring it below what is currently on the site. And what I think you'll really appreciate seeing today is that we have made changes to the Kellogg facade, the windows, the eaves, and the roof lines to really further enhance the neighborhood and how the project fits into the neighborhood. So our team from WRNS will offer more detail about the revisions that I've just described. We look forward to more feedback because it is the feedback that has gotten us to where we are today. And as Ms. French mentioned, and by the way, thank you so much for how well you've come to learn about this project. We will be asking for approval of one of the proposed garage, pool, and delivery options, option D or E, and approval of the further modifications that we've made to the Kellogg facade. So again, thank you everyone for all of your time and attention to this project. And I'm now going to turn it over to our lead architect, Adam Woltag of WRNS Studios. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and share screen here. Let's see. Fantastic. Thank you, Nancy and board members. My name is Adam Woltag. I'm a design partner with WRNS Studio. Last name is Woltag, W-O-L-T-A-G. And we're going to cover 4 sections today. We're going to look at a brief overview of the site. We'll touch on sustainability. We'll touch on the evolution of the Kellogg design facades, and we'll look at the new design options that Nancy was just referring to. And you see here an aerial site of the campus as it is today, and then a proposed aerial of what we're looking at moving forward. Now, in comparison of those two, what is shown in orange is what is there today, and what is being proposed is shown in green. It's key to note that the new design, maintains or improves on the existing setbacks. It also pulls away from the gun administration building and reorients and reduces the size of the central circle. Now, regarding allowable building height, the current design falls within this requirement and is lower than what has been built there today. And here's a site plan that illustrates the current campus design. Now, to touch on the parking options that Amy mentioned earlier, we have two proposed for consideration. Option D, the below grade plan on the left and the site plan on the right. Highlights of the plan are reduced below grade parking structure with 69 spaces. Loading, deliveries, and trash programs are located below grade and toward the center of the campus and accessed by a driveway off of Emerson. Option E parks 52 spaces below grade and proposes more surface parking spaces shown in red on the site plan. This moves the below grade pool to the east a bit to better protect an existing tree and eliminates the below grade service and loading areas to protect another tree located within the center of the campus. Public art. The plan to the left in purple shows opportunities in the site that we think would be fantastic to have installations of public art. But our team feels very strongly there's a wonderful opportunity along Kellogg, the existing Kellogg driveway, underneath the canopy of those existing trees and in that robust landscape that also might be ideal for some of these installations. This is something that we're still reviewing, but we did want to bring that to your attention. Now, moving on to sustainability. So our team has proposed a deeply sustainable design that supports the strategies of the city's carbon and greenhouse gas reduction goals. Everything from the building envelope through the landscape design is working together, from energy generation to stormwater capture, and balanced with creating a dynamic and healthy campus with indoor and outdoor gathering and learning spaces that work within the neighborhood context. Now, this approach is the same for the interior of the building, where building systems like lighting, heating, cooling, and ventilation are tuned for each space to be energy efficient and comfortable. Materials are carefully procured and selected to support healthy indoor air quality. And even the mass timber structural system has a low carbon footprint and can be assembled faster and with less waste than more conventional systems. We have been able to take advantage of the building section to bring in natural light to all floors through the use of skylights, clear stories, full height window walls that are located at lofted sections within the plan, like stairways and double height gathering spaces. The images you see here are from a recently completed academic project, very close to here actually, where we employed those strategies, which we feel is really great success. Now moving on to the evolution of the Kellogg design. So the Kellogg Street supports, our longest building elevation and has been redesigned. And we really mean this thanks to the comments of this committee, and we feel for the better. Now, what you're seeing here is the elevation at our first hearing and the evolution to the second hearing with those highlighted design points on the upper left-hand side of the slide. Those highlight the changes we were looking at. And then again, at hearing number 3, this was the approved ARB design that went to council, and you can see the number of changes that were incorporated to get the project to where it is today. Now moving on to the revised option 4. Now we've been asked, as you heard, by council and this committee to revisit the Kellogg Street portion of the project. And the comments we heard were focused on taking another look at the massing, roof types, and eave lines of that portion of the design. And here's a result of that work. And we believe it's really helped the design. And our team is really excited about how it's coming together. So I'll go through point by point. First, and very importantly, on the corner of Bryant and Kellogg, we lowered the roof of the middle school by just over 3 feet. We've pitched the section of the building over the science classrooms in the middle incorporated, and you can see that, that arrow there indicating the area of that pitched roof between the two breaks in the building mass. We've also revisited the elevations of the middle school and the science portion of the project to adjust the size of the fenestrations to something much more residential in scale. And we've introduced trellis at the overhang of a portion of that pitched roof. We think that's going to do wonderful with light play and add texture to that facade. And we've extended the level 2 planter over the Kellogg entry to help scale that facade. And here's a view from grade looking toward the elevation along Kellogg. Now, we've been able to incorporate a gabled roof design and stay within the required height limits with the overall effect of a much lower eave line along Kellogg. We also feel we can expose the structure there, which is going to add more texture and again, bend toward a more residential feel. Now, here's a section over the high school entry porch where we've extended that canopy along the facade to provide a more protected entry for the high school, as well as break the overall 2-story massing of the project. And here's a roof plan comparison to what was submitted before to what we are looking at now. And you can see here in this first section, this is the lowered roof over the middle school, break in the massing. And then we have the pitched roof over the science classroom, and then another proposed break in the massing, which really starts to kind of break the massing into 3 distinct areas along the Kellogg Street elevation. Now, looking a little more closely overall at some of the height limits. These drawings compare the proposed design to what is there today to what we are proposing. And it's key to note that the revised height of the middle school classroom building has been lowered almost 6 feet than the existing Rhodes building. Now, focusing on the middle of the block, where the existing Arriaga Student Center building is, the orange dashed line indicates the ridge line of Arriaga. And key to note that the ridge line of the new science classrooms is almost 8 feet lower than the existing Arriaga building. And here's a summary slide that shows the evolution of the Kellogg Street elevations from the original to where we are right now. And then here again, without the trees, showing the overall elevational composition and massing composition along Kellogg. And then obviously what it's going to look like with those trees in place. Now, elevations are always kind of tough to understand how a building looks and feels. So we'd like to show just a little video here of what it's like to kind of walk along the edges of the project, especially along Kellogg.
Mr. Woltag, you are over your 10 minutes. How long is this video?
It's 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Okay, well, all right, let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay, thank you. So this is as you're walking by the Bryant Street entry to campus. And you can see here the entry, and then the building on the right is the Library and Performing Arts building. And as you move along, you see the break in massing between the library, the front porch that leads into the middle school portion of the campus, the texture of the wood facade, the overhang of the roof above, and then as we move toward Kellogg Street. Now we'll turn the corner here and head south. And you can see the different textures of wood with shingle and battens of the middle school building with the lowered roof height, and then the existing entry driveway along Kellogg, the revised elevations of the science classroom with the pitched roof and exposed eave, and then the trellised eave of the science classrooms for the high school, and the extended eave line and entry canopy for the high school. Thank you for indulging us to share that video. We just thought it'd be very helpful for the committee to see that elevations in 2D can be tough to read sometimes.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Okay. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak?
Yes, we have several in-person and Zoom public speakers. So the first, I have Neva Yarkin.
I live within 600 feet of Castellea School. My family has owned this property since 1963, when Castellea was a boarding school with very little traffic. My family has no affiliation with Castellea except living around the corner from the school. Adding another 125 students for Castellea expansion will only lead to more traffic and congestion in the area because 75% of the students come from outside of Palo Alto. Building a parking garage with entrance Embarcadero and Bryant and exit Emerson Embarcadero will only add to Palo Alto's traffic congestion. What parent dropping off a daughter will want to be stuck in a parking garage while rushing off to work? What about the bike boulevard on Bryant Street? If the underground garage happens off of Embarcadero, Bryant, how will bikers transverse through Palo Alto? What about the future projects like train crossings or increased enrollment at Pali or Stanford? Will there be room for any other future expansions in the area of Palo Alto if Castellea is not limited in their enrollment? Stanford is buying properties up and down the peninsula. Isn't it time for Castellea to split their campus like Pinewood, Crystal Springs, Nueva, Harker schools if they want to expand further? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Ms. Yarkin, could you state and spell your name for the record?
So it's Neva Yarkin. My name is spelled N-E-V-A. The last name is Yarkin, Y-A-R-K-I-N.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hank Souza.
Oh, hi, Hank, H-A-N-K, Sousa, S-O-U-S-A. And I live, hello, board members, I'm Hank Sousa. I live 2 houses away from Castellea School in the 100 block of Melville. There's no compelling reason to start an excavation that would require 3,500 large dump trucks full of dirt to be removed from the site of the proposed garage. And then another large number of cement trucks would deposit CO2 emitting concrete into the excavated hole. Many of the cars that arrive at the school each morning utilize the 89 parking spaces currently existing on campus. Additional school workers and students park on the school side of the streets, which provide an additional 53 spots on Bryant, Kellogg, and Emerson. We neighbors don't use those spots as there's plenty of room for our cars on the other side of the streets. This has been a long-standing gentleman's agreement. Moving the pool so a Costco-sized building can take up much of the 200 block of Kellogg removes much of the current surface parking. The school is causing a problem that doesn't currently exist. Here's the solution. The school keeps their existing parking lots and street parking. The swimming pool stays where it is, saving important trees. The school builds their new building with a few tweaks and enlarges the shuttling program, continues to park on campus and on the street surrounding the school, and shaves off 18 months from the building schedule by skipping the garage. The garage's construction is unhealthy, and if completed, remains unhealthy for people inside it and neighbors breathing in the resulting carbon monoxide. Please keep these suggestions in mind when you consider the school's proposed expansion. Recommend the existing parking lots be worked into the new building construction and save time and health for both neighbors and school attendees. Thank you for listening to the concerns of us who live within a couple blocks of the school. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Reid.
Hi, good morning, board members. I'm Andy Reid and I live on Melville by Castellea. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Today you are tasked with approving findings that are by their nature subjective and some are at odds with what many neighbors have been saying and writing about for years. For example, finding number 2, D, reads, provides harmonious transitions within scale, mass, and character to adjacent land uses. We residents in the surrounding narrow streets and mostly smaller, older homes always thought that the one building proposed to replace 5 buildings, taking up the entire block of Kellogg, is too large for the site. Since a November 2021 gross floor area study was published by DUDAC, our instincts have been proven correct. Existing above grade square footage is significantly in excess of allowable by code. In fact, the PTC's consideration of the variance was based on inaccurate information. Over the years, buildings were built and square footage was not appropriately counted, even those built after code was in place that required counting things like volumetrics. For example, the gym is very tall and gets counted 3 times. That was the case when it was built in 2006, and that's the case today. Code specifically states when gross floor area that exceeds permitted allowances is demolished, that floor area may not be restored. School desires to restore it. And as you read that paragraph and consider what that means, your first question might be, well, what kind of numbers are we talking about here? What is the variance being requested in square feet? Staff reports are silent on that very important point. Please request planning staff to provide you with the number of square feet in excess of allowable being requested. Variances are not granted because developers want more square footage than allowable, even to replace old gross floor area. A variance is granted to overcome special constraints that others in the zone don't suffer, or without a special exception, they would be subject to hardship. That is not the case here. Because we had the square footage before is not a valid criteria for granting a variance. Castellea chooses to move their swimming pool to accommodate the 77,400 square foot building, thus taking away their on-site surface parking. They could be redeveloping within their circle and not impact the neighbors, but they are choosing not to. Please keep in mind that the 2 parking schemes you will be considering today do not increase the number of parking spaces at the school from what is there today. The Fair and Peers report published last summer states there are 89 current spots on campus. The school has been there a long time, and it was a boarding school until 27 years ago. Now it's a commuter school with 75% of its students coming in from out of Palo Alto. If the school reduced their enrollment demand, built within code, and maintained the character of the neighborhood, they would be rebuilt by now. Thanks very much.
Oh, and Ms. Reed, could you state and spell your name for the record?
Sure.
Thank you.
Andie Reed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lorraine Brown.
Oops. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to start off before I comment on the revised plans to say how astonished and frankly appalled I am that Director Lay waited until today during the meeting to advise the new commissioners to watch those previous videos. I'm sure if he had done it even just a couple of days ago, they would have prioritized watching them so that they could fully participate. I think that's a real disappointment. Anyways, regarding the plans, I am a longtime resident who cares deeply about the future of our community, and I appreciate the attention that you've given to this proposal. I also appreciate that Castellea has been responsive throughout this process and has offered creative solutions once again in the spirit of compromise. The school has met with you 3 times now and has made positive changes reflecting your feedback. This board has already voted in support of this project, so clearly you see the inherent value for the neighborhood and for the broader community. This update, which I hope will be the final one, specifically addresses your guidance. The pitched roofs, the even lower eaves and roof lines, and new window choices transform the look and feel of the Kellogg facade. I think that video did a great job of showing the improvements versus what the current building looks like for sure. The new learning spaces, which you can now confirm fall below the square footage of the current structures, will open educational opportunities for more young women without increasing above ground square footage or daily car trips. Castellea has worked to improve neighborhood conditions while also hoping to improve the educational landscape of our community. As you think about your mission as a board to enhance the visual character of the city, to promote investment in the city, and to increase desirability in the surrounding areas, this project fulfills all of those goals. Timely approval from you and the City Council will fulfill an even more important goal that all of us should share, allowing Castellea to continue to help educate a more diverse set of young women for leadership. In the previous submission to you in December, the changes to the square footage kept the school's promise to replace, not increase, above ground square footage. The plans for the pool and the location of delivery areas provide you with excellent options to improve conditions in the neighborhood. There are also options for the garage. Each one has its merit, but none will invite more cars. Daily trips are capped. Now the Kellogg Facade is also revised according to your input. The school has delivered on innumerable promises to the neighborhood, the city staff, and city leaders. It is time to allow the school to deliver on its promise to the next generation of women leaders. Other school campuses in Palo Alto have been modernized in recent years. Please let Castellea do the same. Thank you very much. And my name is spelled Lorraine, and then Brown like the color.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Levitsky.
Rob Levitsky, ROBLEVITSKY. That was Lorraine Brown. She didn't mention that she used to work for Castellea. So what you just heard there was the Castellea party line. This whole proposed project comes with large impacts to neighbors, trees, groundwater. At the December 2 meeting, finally, after 5.5 years, a design was presented that protected oaks and redwood trees. It had taken us 5.5 years to get that. It's called Scheme E. And I am stunned that Castellea is coming back with Scheme D, which does not protect the oaks and redwoods. Stunned. At the December 2nd meeting, also, Mr. Baltai asked about the large increase in the size of the school. Chief planning official said, oh, a little smaller on top, a little larger down below, no numbers. Well, actually, it's 38,000 square feet extra down below, 10,000 square feet taken off the top. So a net of 28,000 more feet, and it's not compliant because the lot coverage comes out to 0.46 when 0.30 is allowed. This is an impact to the neighbors, a big box, 400 feet long, 30 feet high. And I would like to remember that Mr. Baltai at a previous meeting correctly voted to deny the project. Also, at December 2nd, Mr. Hirsch questioned the large number of classrooms that are underground. No light wells, no windows, no ventilation, no knowing whether it's darkness or daylight outside. Over 1/3 of the classrooms are this way. The cafeteria and lunchroom are above ground with windows and ventilation, but not 1/3 of the classrooms. What kind of school does this? My research showed that only one school was built underground, a school in New Mexico, built at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, basically a fallout shelter / school. Here's another questionable design, moving the pool 15 feet under the grade. We've been looking for this information for years about how deep the pool was going to be. And just recently, we finally got a picture that shows it 25 feet below grade. And if you add another 3 feet for dewatering, it takes it to 28 feet. And actually, the pool is probably closer to 30 with the extra concrete needed to hold the pool down in case there's no water in the pool, because you get this hydrostatic pressure pushing up. At the December 2nd ARB meeting, the chief planning official offered that the pool wasn't in the groundwater after questions from the public. She's not an expert and she is wrong. It is in the groundwater. Millions of gallons would likely be dewatered, just like the similar depth gym that was built in 2005. One more issue in this design aspect, Mr. Hirsch correctly points out the design is flawed. It can't operate as both a parking lot and a drop-off location. Furthermore, the whole underground garage depends on a permanent encroachment into the Melville public utility easement, shifting the PUE 15 feet south and allowing a pedestrian tunnel from the garage to the school only 2.5 feet below the Melville sewer line. What could go wrong? I've spoken to Dean Batchelor of Water, Gas, Wastewater. He was not in favor of the easement. I spoke to Mike Sarter, who ran the utility department for 8 years, and he never remembered giving any kind of similar easement, which requires city manager approval. This project is still a long way from prime time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Priya.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your time, commissioners. I really appreciate that. I'd like to take you through the timeline and main points regarding the square footage reduction in the Castellia project. As a baseline, however, I want to point out that the campus is permitted for the square footage it currently inhabits. And the school has always committed to keeping the above ground square footage of the new spaces at the level of the buildings that they are replacing. In the fall of 2020, when Castellia came before you, you asked that the massing be reduced, and actually Castellia compiled. In the spring of 2021, the City Council had directed the school to reduce the building design by 4,370 square feet, which was believed to be the number that would bring the project into compliance with the historic permits. They also requested that you, the ARB members, re-review the massing of the academic building. However, after careful study, it actually turns out that this number was actually incorrect. Independent consultants actually conducted an audit and determined that the square footage only needs to be reduced by less than 2,000 square footage to meet the historic permit compliance. Castellia actually observed this calculation and revised the proposed building. And what you have before you is a design with a proposed square footage that meets the compliance set forth by the Palo Alto's municipal code. You know, I understand that some are attempting to further delay this process by reconstructing the past and applying today's code to a building on campus that is not being touched as part of this project and was built in 2006 under the code that existed at the time of that project's permit. Let's instead focus on how the proposed new buildings are smaller than the current ones that will be replaced. This project has been really vetted. Independent consultants have verified the facts, and you have everything before you. The school has responded, compiled, and compromised for like so long. The new design offers academic buildings that are even further from the street, shorter and less square footage than what you see walking the perimeter of the campus today. I see the combination of these elements as a huge win for the neighborhood, and I also hope to see the merits too. I believe you actually do, as evidenced by the fact that you've already approved that project. Now that the building design has been reduced and the facade has been improved to respect the character of the neighborhood, I think it's time we conclude the project so that the school can start building. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take these points into. And my name is Priya, Priya, Chandrasekhar, Chandrasekar. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Sylvester.
Good morning, Chair Thompson, board members, and city staff. I am Mary Sylvester, and that's Sylvester. I live 1.5 block from Castellia School on Melville Avenue and have done so for the last 43 years and been a supporter of the school and its efforts until the new plans were filed in 2016.
I have 5 factual points to make initially, and I'll go into those in detail after I make my introduction. First of all, Castellea's project is truly an expansion project. It is 50,000 square feet over what the city code allows and what its consultant has found the true project square footage is. Number 2, the proposed swimming pool is in the groundwater range. Number 3, only approval of option D allows for the protection of protected oak 89. Number 4, the new Kellogg Plan. Imagine waking up to literally a Costco-sized facility. Trees will take time to grow in. I will not be that person waking up to it, but imagine neighbors. Number 5, the garage. On the face of this underground garage, once known as a basement, flies in the face of the city's sustainability goals. It encourages people to drive, and the removal of dirt to construct it, as well as highly carbon polluting cement, will fly in the face of everything we are all working so hard to stop. All these points intersect in one main area. This is not in the best interest of the community. It threatens fragile natural resources and it upzones a residential neighborhood. Such overriding considerations to allow this type of project should only go for something that serves the public interest, like mixed-use housing, which the Castellea site would be excellent for. Detail number 1, the expansion project. Castellea's consultant found that the school is proposing to build 128,000 feet. Code allows 81,000 feet. Oh, I see I'm out of time. I do want to say in conclusion, though, option D only preserves the iconic protected oak tree 89. And let's hear from the urban forester if in fact his recommendations have been followed and if he approves the school's new tree protection ordinance. Pardon me, am I out of time?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, thank you, Chair Thompson.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roger McCarthy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And my thank you to the ARB, first of all, for your service. I've served on many voluntary boards, and I know it's a thankless task and the hours and time you spend agonizing over these decisions, and I appreciate your dedication. I am speaking to urge the ARB to approve as quickly and expeditiously as possible the changes and upgrades to the Castellea project that have now undergone multiple years of review. While we have argued over and the relatively insignificant details of Castellea's plan, insignificant when looked in the context of the hundreds of young women who have missed the opportunity to study in an all-women's environment of an exceptional educational institution that every indicator predicts would have made them more successful, particularly in the STEM fields. We're arguing over trees and parking spots against this priority. We have now reached the point where this horrendous NIMBY delay, and that is really all it is, has become unjust to the future young woman whose only sin is they can't vote. By way of introduction, I live about a mile from Castellea, but I have never sent a child there. I have no connection with the Castellea, past or present, and I've never even set foot in the place. My interest in this issue stems solely from the concerns of the nation's top technical hierarchy. I am an officer and treasurer of the National Academy of Engineering, I'm a governing board member of the National Research Council and a director of the National Academies Corporation. During their formative years, study after study has found that young women can develop and grow their leadership skills faster and more effectively in an all-girls school environment. This is particularly evident in the rate at which girls who attend same-sex institutions eventually go into the STEM fields. The only argument about this evidence is the rate. Are they 3 times more likely or 6 times more likely? Outstanding institutions educating women are the best opportunity we currently have to address our national disgrace of not having enough women in STEM fields. While this national problem cannot be solved by Palo Alto alone, we can do our bit if we just stop arguing over 1 or 2 trees, or really their tree roots. And the fact that, apart from the fact that Castellea plans to plant 100 new ones, or 1 or 2,000 square feet, and start looking at the big picture. As a former CEO of a company with 16 different operating locations, I don't have time here to address all the impracticalities of a satellite campus. And we should be collectively ashamed that this whole Castellea discussion is being driven by nitpicking R1 zoning, also known as exclusionary zoning, invented in Berkeley in 1916 solely to achieve racial segregation. I urge the ARB to finally approve this long-delayed and worthwhile project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Ishiyama.
Good morning. My name is Julia Ishiyama, and as I've mentioned to this board in past statements, I am a lifelong born and raised Palo Alton. I'm a beneficiary of this city's excellent public and private schools, including Castellea, a volunteer with its civic institutions, a frequent commuter by car, bike, and foot, and a current resident and homeowner in Old Palo Alto, just blocks away from the school. My family has lived here since the 1950s, grounding me in Palo Alto's past and making me deeply invested in its future. I'm grateful for the chance to speak with you, a deliberative body charged with shaping that future. As you once again evaluate Castellea's plans, I urge you to do so guided by your purpose, which includes, and I'm quoting here, promoting visual environments of high aesthetic quality and variety, which at the same time are considerate of each other. Castellea has presented you with a plan that meets that purpose. Their latest design is in direct response to comments you shared with them in December of 2021. The building design is beautiful and meets the aesthetic of the surrounding residences. I understand that the architects and the school have worked closely with neighbors, soliciting feedback that is directly integrated into this latest round of designs. As you've reviewed today, proposed changes include an increased setback, alterations to the roof lines, eaves, and the pitches of the roofs, window designs along Kellogg that reflect the look of residential homes, and a building that is actually smaller than what currently exists on campus. Moving cars below ground via an underground parking garage further preserves neighborhood aesthetics, and I urge you to select the option that maximizes the number of spaces below ground to help move cars off the street in furtherance of this goal. Doing so will not increase car trips, but it will protect above ground aesthetics and preserve trees. And while I know other speakers have raised concerns about construction, I urge this board to think not in months, but in years and decades, and consider the enduring positive impact that this modernization will have on the community. Zooming out, your purpose also charges you with enhancing the desirability of residents or investment in the city. Palo Alto is a great place to live, in large part due to its great schools. Castellea's own purpose, to give young women a top-notch education in a unique all-girls environment, makes it a huge asset to our community. It makes me proud to live here and excited to think about raising a family here. I'm excited about a future that includes a modernized Castellea school equipped to educate the next generation of girls, many of whom will become leaders in their community, in this community. And to be candid, I'm nervous about a future in which attempts to modernize are tied up for literal years. I sincerely appreciate the city's diligence, I really do, but it's time to move forward. I urge you to approve this latest design, which both realizes our shared purpose and invests wisely in our collective future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Levinsky.
Okay. My name is spelled Jeff
Levinsky. Good morning, board members and staff. I'm hoping you can clear up a couple of mysteries about the latest plans. The first is the underground equipment area alongside the pool. According to the full plan set page G.004, which shows the below grade campus floor area, that area is 4,301 square feet, maybe a little less now because Scheme E relocated the trash to the surface. We've been told this area doesn't count as floor area because it's less than 50% covered. The plans show one part seems to have shrubs on top and gives no information about the rest. If the equipment is less than 50% covered, will rain, leaves, and animal debris get into the equipment? Is that even safe? And will sound from the pool equipment and other machinery in that concrete space bounce out and into the neighborhood? Finding number 2 at the top of packet page 52 says instead that this area will be covered by bleachers. Any bleachers there wouldn't face the campus, as that finding claims, but instead the residences along Emerson. Spectators in them would more or less be at ground level and create a lot of noise. At a minimum, the plans, the findings, and what we've told should all agree and make clear what covers that area. And noise from any uncovered equipment or bleachers are a concern too. The other mystery is about the basement of the new building along Kellogg. It has to be completely under the footprint of the ground floor to be exempt from floor area. Yet page G.004 says the basement is 46,635 square feet, while the next page says the floor above it is just 43,851 square feet. So the upper floor is about 3,000 square foot smaller than the basement. That doesn't make sense. How can you be completely underneath something that's smaller than you? There's another clue. On the 9-page set of plans entitled ARB Kellogg Revision Study dated February 4, the very final page is a cross-section on the right side where the basement clearly sticks out beyond the first and second floor above it. The part sticking out isn't under the building footprint and needs to count as floor area as well. The city wrote just yesterday that Castlea's basement under, quote, uncovered porches and decks, unquote, are exempt from floor area because they're under the building envelope. But our law about basements say they must be under the building footprint, not the envelope. And is the city now saying that everyone can have a vast basement exempt from floor area under their R1 property as long as they put an uncovered deck over it? That would be extraordinary. It would create huge impacts. These two issues also is shrinking if one excludes volumetric space. But by that measure, the pool area equipment and the building's basement under Kellogg beyond the footprint do count as floor area. The project is actually expanding, not shrinking. So please ask good questions about these two areas and help ensure you, the council, and the public get accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cindy Chan, and it's our last speaker.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Cindy Chen. I am a neighbor of Castellea on Emerson, and I support this proposal. I have spoken to you twice before on behalf of the school because I am eager to see these plans come to fruition for the neighborhood, for the city, and for the school. From my vantage point, I see that the school has been incredibly responsive. First, they made extensive changes to the Bryant side of the project and the Kellogg facade. Then they made extensive changes to provide options for the garage, the pool, and the location of deliveries. Now they are making further extensive changes to the roof lines and eaves, the pitches of the roof, and the windows along Kellogg. As I have said before, the willingness to respond to guidance from the city leaders and offer multiple options prove that the school is listening and willing to compromise. Today, as you make determinations about which option you deem best, please note the school's commitment to the trees of Palo Alto. All choices before you for the garage, the changes to the pool, and the changes to the location of deliveries all further preserve trees. And the overall tree plan will increase the canopy and add over 100 new trees to the block. I am one of the many neighbors who support the garage. Personally, of the options you have, I prefer the one that maximizes the number of spaces below ground. But no matter what, moving at least half of the parking below ground should be your priority as you seek to fulfill your duty to, quote, promote visual environments which are of high aesthetics quality, unquote. The school has reduced the square footage in the new structure in line with previously permitted square footage. With the changes to the massing that they incorporated based on your feedback and their new updates to the Kellogg facade, with pitched roofs, lower overall roofline and eaves, greater setbacks, and new window designs, this building will be a gift to our neighborhood. I know from listening carefully at previous meetings that you see the value in Castellea's proposal, and I appreciate your leadership as you help our neighborhood and the city of Palo Alto move forward with these improvements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. Okay, typically we also allow the applicant to respond to public comment. And they're permitted 10 minutes. Is that something the applicant would like to do?
Yes, hi, this is Mindy Romanowski. I am land use counsel for Castellea. Can you hear me and see me?
We can hear you. We'll need you to state and spell your name for the record, and you have 10 minutes.
Of course. Hi, good morning. My name is Mindy Romanowski, M-I-N-D-I-E, Romanowski, R-O-M-A-N-O-W-S-K-Y. I am land use counsel for Castellea School. And first and foremost, I want to thank the board for all the feedback over the years, and in particular, the recent feedback we heard after the city council vote last March to bring us to this current iteration of our project, particularly the Kellogg facade revisions and the updates we've done to parking. I also want to welcome the new members and appreciate the fact that over these last few days, it sounds like they have spent time getting up to speed. It is unfortunate that they were not told about watching the video from the recent meeting, and I assume that that will occur in short order, and I guess would request that if there is a continuance today, perhaps it could be only to continue the vote. Today, we have a lot of interested people, as you've heard at this hearing. You can ask questions. The new members can, be brought further up to speed in this venue. And then ideally, if this is continued, it would be to a date certain in very short order, and preferably prior to the targeted Planning Commission hearing date, which is set for a couple of weeks from now on March 30th. I want to just say, as far as the matters under consideration today, we really do welcome further feedback from you for these options. But what I want to say respectfully is, even though you have heard some comments this morning regarding enrollment numbers and square footage and traffic, the CUP with regard to enrollment and trips and the variance with regard to square footage, those are within the purview of the PTC and the City Council. And we really are very open and waiting to hear your comments on the Kellogg revision study, parking options, and trees and other things that are within your purview. I just want to say, with regard to the Kellogg revision study, not only does it respond, we think and hope, to the board's feedback, we have consulted with many neighbors, particularly in the immediate vicinity of the school. We've also spoken with some neighbors directly across the street from Kellogg. They supported what you see today. I also want to highlight the legal position that this architectural plan, as is listed in your staff report, is strongly supported by a multitude of findings, as outlined in that staff report. With regard to parking, I see that staff has recommended parking option E. We, while we do still think that parking more cars underground is a better neighborhood condition, and frankly, the reason the parking garage was conceived of originally, for those new members of the ARB who may not know this history, it was based on neighbor feedback. We nonetheless do respect that the City Council spoke and that they really do prefer only 50% of those cars going below grade. So we will move forward with option E, as staff has recommended, if that is so chosen. And I want to make that, clear that we certainly understand and respect that. A few quick items to clarify before I close. We heard a comment today about a utility easement, and it's come up over the years. And while this is not necessarily in your purview, I think it bears clarifying. We are not changing the width of this easement whatsoever. Public Works has reviewed our plan. We do have a tunnel under there, and they have looked at it very closely, and they have agreed with the proposal. So I just want to put that out there because there has been some confusion around that. Also, the pool equipment that has been raised today, and I think, you know, maybe this will get covered further in Planning Commission, but just for your edification, it is less than 50% covered. It is non-habitable. It will be certainly screened appropriately, but it's not intended to be any kind of a room, if you will, and it's really just intended for pool equipment as one would need for pool equipment. Finally, in conclusion, I just want to say that this project has iterated and iterated and iterated for 5+ years. What you see today really is a product of neighborhood feedback, the school's programmatic goals for academic and sustainable, for an academic and sustainable future. It's a product of staff feedback. It's a product of this board's feedback, of Planning Commission feedback, of City Council feedback. We have really endeavored to listen and iterate, and we have reduced the garage by 50%. We have made changes to each facade of the campus over time, and including, of course, what you see today, the Kellogg Facade. Finally, this plan is supported by, after much dialogue, as Mr. Levitsky stated. Yes, finally, urban forestry is comfortable with what we have presented, particularly option E, where tree 89 is further away from the pool and tree 55 is saved. So we believe that this really meets the City Council and meets your direction. And we really do urge you to recommend that this project move forward, to support the findings put forward by your staff, and to have us proceed so that we can really get going with educating more women and building a sustainable campus for the next long time. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Do members of the board have questions of staff or questions of the applicant? Would you like to go first, Board Member Volte?
Sure. Thank you very much. To the applicant or the staff, perhaps, parking options D and E, do they have a difference in the impact to the redwood trees to the west of the parking area, or are both of those the same as far as tree impact goes? For the parking garage impact on trees, not the location of the pool, the parking garage.
I'll respond from staff initially here to say that our urban forester, Peter Gollinger, is attending and watching this. So if you do have questions specifically of our urban forestry staff, they are here to respond as the experts in trees, as well as we do have our environmental consultant, Catherine Waugh. So those are two members of the participants here, you know, we have evaluated that the option E is, you know, has the farthest distance of the garage wall from the trees. And you know, again, because we're pretty much focused on what the council directed, no more than 50% of the required parking in the garage, that has been our approach. We still understand that the soil nail wall method of construction would be employed no matter what. No matter how that garage is constructed, to make sure that the soil around those trees is retained as the garage is excavated. And that's all I'll say on that point.
Can I rephrase then? Is parking option D still outside of the drip line of the redwood trees? I'm looking at drawing GS D.1, and it seems that option D is still away from the trees. I just want
Yes, that's my understanding, but the applicant may wish to speak to that.
I mean, I can just quickly answer it. Yes, it is. We designed option D with that in mind, and we do have a member of our landscape, you know, of our architectural team, if you want further clarity on that. But yes,
that's fine. Thank you very much. Okay, my other question is regarding the pool location difference between schemes D and E. Now, I would just like to clarify regarding the distance from tree number 89, what is the distance with the pool as located in scheme D, and what is the distance as located in scheme E? Again, that dimension seems to be indicated on revised drawing AB 808, which is a cross-section through the pool retaining wall indicating tree 89. And I see a dimension given of 27 feet. And I'm assuming that's with scheme E, but I'd like to get that dimension clarified for both schemes D and E, please. Perhaps while you're finding that dimension, I'd like to clarify that as I read the plans, it seems on both schemes D and E, a large amount of bicycle parking for students is anticipated to be placed below tree 89, with the difference being that on scheme E, there's additionally 4 vehicular parking spaces. Is that correct? Those are probably applicant questions, but I think they're important.
This is Anna from WNS. Board member Peter, we're looking at the dimension right now. We'll get that to you in just a moment here.
Okay, that's fine. Those are my only questions, Chair Thompson.
Okay. We'll come back to that once the answers come. Are there any other questions of the applicant from board members? Board member Rosenberg, board member Chen.
Yeah, I do have 2 questions regarding the garage. One is, I noticed on the site plan, it noted at the exiting of the garage on Emerson, it noted as there will be alert system to alert. So I want to be clarified whether it is like the sound alert or some visual alert, like flashing lights happening there. And the other thing is about using the garage as a drop-off zone. So I'd like to know, is there like a study or maybe an approximate number of how many cars will go through this garage during the peak hours, like during the drop-off hours? Is there like a number, or like what the percentage of the students will use this as the drop-off? Thank you.
I'll address the last question, which is that the environmental impact report for project alternative 4 had a percentage breakdown of all the morning drop-off trips. And that was before it was a Planning and Transportation Commission recommendation that there be no new net trips. But we do have a percentage of the total trips, which would be reduced from what the EIR stated. So that number we can get figured out for you. But meanwhile, there is a percentage that we could tell you, and we'll look that up. And Catherine Wall may be helping me at this very moment.
Okay. So there's 2 questions we'll come back to. I had a question for the applicant. I've noticed that this updated Kellogg facade, that pitched roof, is showing photovoltaics on both sides of the pitch. Has that been analyzed for efficacy in terms of sun exposure? Just like some clarity on if photovoltaics are actually happening on both sides of that, or on that side of the pitch, the side that's facing Kellogg.
Yes, I can address that. This is Adam from WRNS. Yes, it has been analyzed for efficacy. And so we do believe that they will produce, will maintain our production goals to have this campus be net zero. So we do need them on both sides of that pitch.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up to that question, can you please clarify who provided that analysis?
We have an electrical consultant, electrical engineer who does all of our energy modeling and has been from the very start basing our calculations on this. I can get you that information more specifically, but it is our electrical engineer that has extensive PV experience.
Okay. Have there been any updates on finding the dimension from the pool to the tree?
We're measuring that, Jim, and we'll get that to you in just a moment.
Any other questions?
I'd like to note to my colleagues that I observed the distance from the tree, the drip line of the tree in the direction of the pool to be approximately 30 feet when I was out last week, this weekend. That's just a quick measured architect's guess, but it's certainly close to that number. 30 feet was my observation.
That's for scheme D?
That's just the size of the tree.
Oh,
Tree
the drip
89 is
line.
that big oak tree, and it's got a rather asymmetric canopy. It extends 35 feet towards the street, 30 feet towards the pool, and then only 25 feet towards Embarcadero Road. But it's important because I think in any of these designs, it will overhang the pool a little bit. I'm just curious as to what the difference is on schemes D and E. That's important, I believe.
In the meantime, I think you had a question about the bike racks, but I didn't quite catch what the question was.
Thank you. Yes. Let me pull up one of the floor plans where it will be helpful. On sheet GSD.1, I'm looking at the edge of the pool excavation in the tree 89, and I see space for what I think is a single row of bicycle racks at the edge of the pool, although I just can't tell on the scale of the drawing. And then on scheme E, it seems to me there's even more bicycle parking and car parking put in that same space. I just want to see if I'm interpreting that correctly. So, or scheme sheet GSD.2, to the left of the swimming pool, is that a row of bicycle parking?
Adam, are you able to answer that?
I'm sorry, I don't have that document in front of me. Hang on one second. I'll try to look that up.
It certainly looks like it.
I think it is. I just want to clarify. What I'm trying to do is compare D and E. So on scheme GSE.2, it looks to me like you have the row of bicycle parking plus a little bit more, plus 4 car parking spaces, sort of tucked under the tree. I just want to clarify that that really is the case. No, we can go on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Peter, what you're looking at there along that, onto the left side of the pool in that diagram, that site diagram there, yes, that is bike parking, correct.
Okay,
Thank you. Yeah, now we're looking at the same sheet. Thank you.
So what's really important is the clearance of the pool to the tree, please. We can wait till we get this.
This is Kathy Landecker. I'm the associate head of school at Castellea and working closely on this project. And I just wanted to further point out that it is an existing condition that there is parking around that tree.
It's currently a paved parking lot around the tree.
Exactly. Yeah. So there's even more parking around that tree today than is being proposed in this design.
Question.
While we're talking about that tree, has anybody analyzed that when you dig a hole as deep as how deep, 25 feet into the ground? And you have to support that hole to the perimeter of it by a significant number. Is that structurally possible without damaging that tree?
I noticed that, excuse me, that Peter Gollinger, our urban forester, is raising his hand. Perhaps he could participate in this.
Yeah, I'll need to rely on staff to pick up on any Zoom raised hands. I'm not able to see any of that. Thank you. Go ahead, Peter.
Good morning, everyone. I'm acting urban forester Peter Gollinger. I just wanted to weigh in on the distance. I don't have the exact numbers, but scheme D, the excavation of the pool was within the tree protection zone of tree 89, and scheme E moved it outside of the tree protection zone for tree 89. The tree protection zone is tree. It can be adjusted if conditions are known underground. So for instance, if we knew that there were more roots on one side than the other, it could be adjusted to accommodate that. Unfortunately, right now, we don't know where the roots are. But E moved it outside the TPZ, which is why it's our preferred option.
And can I add to the question? Because normally when you have a very deep hole like this, you have to support a perimeter quite distant from the hole you're digging. Have you had experience that would allow you to say that this isn't going to exceed some of your requirements?
I think we would have to determine what measures they were going to use to shore that up. I know that's why they chose to use the nail wall for the garage, so we would disturb as little soil around the redwoods as possible. I don't know if the detailed methods for pool excavation were included in the plans. That might be something that would be reviewed during the next phase.
Okay.
If I could follow up, please, what is the tree protection zone for this tree then? With dimension of it towards the pool.
I need to look that up in the table. I don't have that handy. I apologize.
Drawing AB .808, a newly submitted cross-section proposes a concrete structure below grade with the nail tieback system, essentially reaching underneath the protected zone of the tree. It says that there's a 5-foot deep protected zone, and below that it implies that you can put this wall and those nail tiebacks and stuff. Have you reviewed that drawing? It was just recently given to us. Again, AB .0808.
It's the one that indicates there's blue clouds over the 6-foot fence height. To help locate it.
If that was directed at myself, no, I don't believe I've seen that unless it was part of a previous review.
Is it plausible that you could excavate further under a tree if you're deep enough, if you're below the tree protection zone, or does the protection zone just go as deep as just deep?
Theoretically, I believe it would be possible to go deeper underneath. I don't know what was discussed at that portion of the design plan. The majority of the roots of a tree are within the top 5 to 6 feet. So that would make sense. But again, that I was not part of that portion of the review.
Okay, well, look, to staff, to the applicant, to anybody at all, this whole thing is about how far we are from the tree. I've asked the question every way I can think of. How far is scheme D from this tree? How far is scheme E from this tree?
So Peter, this is Adam at WRNS. You know, the difference between scheme D and E is 10 feet. So scheme D is 10 feet closer to the tree than in scheme E. So in scheme D, the distance is about 27 feet between the pool and the tree. And in scheme E, that distance increases to 37 feet.
I'm sorry, so scheme D is 27 feet?
That's correct.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Just to follow up with that. So basically when we're looking at sheet AB 808, it's noting that center line of the tree to the edge of the pool structure as 25 feet. That would be a scheme D section.
I think that's right.
Thank you.
On that same packet, the next page, GSE.5, this acoustic fence. I just wanted to confirm that this fence location is happening on Emerson Street. I heard in the staff report it's happening on Kellogg. I think that might have just been an error, but I just want to confirm that this acoustic fence is sort of going around the perimeter of the pool. Is that correct?
That's correct. The fence you see there, the acoustic fence against the pool is along Emerson and not Kellogg.
It's, yes, along Emerson, and it screens the Kellogg parking lot. I think that's what I meant to say during the staff presentation. Forgive me if I misspoke.
Oh, so that's the parking on the corner of Emerson and Kellogg.
Correct. So it does have the effect of screening the parking lot as well. There's a fence that goes all along Emerson with some breaks.
That's the other drawing. Next page. That one, this one. Yep. I have a question that, again, since we're focused on the pool here, why is it necessary for the pool to be quite that deep? From grade?
This is Adam Waltek from WRNS Studio. The reason the pool has been located below grade was to address acoustic concerns. And the pool was lowered and with the work of our acoustic engineer to try to provide an optimal depth to protect the neighborhood from the noises happening there at the pool.
So 25 feet is the optimum dimension here for depth?
Actually, it's 15 foot is the deck of the pool. So that's where you'll have spectators. That's where you'll have all the preparations. Once you jump in the water and you're in the pool, the bottom of the pool is 25 feet.
Okay.
But the majority of that whole section is 15 feet below grade.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'll just add that a pool that is used for water polo competition is deeper than a pool that is strictly for swim meets.
Okay. Any more questions? Staff, the applicant? Nope. Okay. So I think I'll bring it back to the board then. So we have a couple things in front of us to review. So I would like the board members in their comments to sort of focus on the items we've been asked to review. Who'd like to go first?
Quick break.
Oh, like a 5-minute break? Okay. All right, I got a request to do a quick break before we begin comment. We'll come back in, gosh, 5 minutes? Let's do 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so at 11:55. We'll come We're going to resume. Okay, so I just want to thank everyone. We're going to resume. There were a couple questions that I wanted to follow up on. There was a question about an alert system by Board Member Chen. So I wanted to check if that had been researched and if there was an answer to that.
I did hear, this is Mindy Romanowski again. I did hear that from our architect, our garage architect, who is not a participant, but he's in the room, that the exit warning is going to be both visual and audio. If that is the answer you're looking for.
I think it is. Is that the answer you're looking for, Board Member Chen? Okay.
As far as I know, that is the alert system is a request from city staff. Is that correct?
Is that a question for us? I think we just noticed it in the report, or Board Member Chen noticed it.
Mindy, do you know the answer to that?
Oh,
in other words,
that's
not a choice that we made.
Staff or something that we proposed? Is that the question?
Yeah.
I don't remember the impetus, to be totally honest. We can get back to you on that. We're amenable to, I mean, we think it's safer, I think, but we certainly are sensitive to having it be, you know, done in a way that's going to be respectful of neighbors. So whatever you suggest, but I know right now what is suggested is something that's both visual and audio. Visually, you know, out there and something you would hear, but we're open to suggestions. We just want to do what's right and safe.
Okay. Any last questions?
I apologize. I have a question. I feel it's a little bit out of turn because it's not really what we're focused on today. But in regards to the basement, Councilmember Hirsch had mentioned that there was no light wells or ventilation or anything like that. And it is something that on my, again, brief review of the plans in the past few days, I noticed as well. And I do have some grave concerns about that basement and not having immediate accessible light wells consider the habitable space that it's going to be utilized for. But I don't know if that's an appropriate conversation for right now.
It's just a question.
Just a question. Yeah, I'd really like
of what the lighting is.
Yes, what the lighting is, what the ventilation is, and considering the density of habitability of that basement. I really would like to hear a little bit more about that and what the reasoning is behind it. Thank you.
I guess that's a question for the architect.
Sure. This is Adam Wolteg with WRNS Studio, and we're speaking specifically to the classroom building, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. There's been extensive study and design to make that lower level feel as welcoming and wonderful and light filled as all the other floors. We showed a section from a prior project that is very nearby, another classroom building, where we've used strategies to bring in daylight through skylights, through full height window walls at stair areas and double height volume spaces to bring daylight into that lower level. We do have drawings that explain that strategy. So just for clarity, there are skylights that bring daylight into that lower level. There are clear story windows in many of the classroom spaces and non-classroom spaces at that lower level to bring daylight to those spaces. I just want to be very clear that this committee knows that we are taking design measures to get daylight to that lower level. Not just that level, but all the levels. Daylight is a huge part of the design intent of this project. And just for the record, there was a lot of design around the planning of this project so that we could locate parts of the program that would actually benefit from sound and light isolation to that lower level. Certain classrooms that need that acoustic type of treatment. So those are also located there as well as a lot of mechanical and other types of spaces. So that's been involved from the very beginning of the planning of the project.
Yeah. I'd just like to add on to that, just an example is like our choir room, orchestra rooms. Those are the types of things that we put below grade to, as Adam Waltite said, to attenuate the sound.
So I have a question concerning that you're saying some of the light comes into the common stairwells. So are the classrooms that are adjacent or near to that stairwell, do they have a glass? I didn't see this detail. Do they have a glass that at least faces the corridor so that they can receive some of that natural light?
That's exactly right. That's exactly what we were doing. So we're really trying to maximize the use of borrowed light into those classroom spaces.
And those details are in the drawing?
Yes, they're in the design and in the drawings, correct.
Can you tell me which one?
Let's see. Do you mind if I share my screen here?
Please.
Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Can everyone see the screen?
Yeah.
So this pulls back to an earlier ARB submittal, but I'll go through it, just explain the lighting concept so that everyone understands what we're doing here. This is a roof plan that shows where we have located skylights and openings into the building to bring daylight to the center of the floor plan. And we're taking that light as it enters into that space and trying to maximize it and drive it into the lower levels of first floor, as you see here, to these locations here and here and here, as well as at grade skylights and clear stories along Kellogg to bring light in to those spaces along that part of the middle school. We're calling it the hub room, the main entry between the library building and the middle school. And we've incorporated light wells and garden wells that go below grade that help bring daylight into these spaces. This is a conference room. This is a flexible space just off of that corridor. And if you look closely here, I'm going to zoom in, David, to address your point. The classrooms in these areas also have clear story lighting. So as you're moving along a hallway in that lower level, and you're looking into a classroom, this one specifically along Kellogg, the clear stories there are bringing in daylight. Students have a view out in that area, as well as you're walking along this hallway, you're getting kind of the borrowed light from that classroom space, right? So this is a section that explains when we're driving up, as well as showing, upward and showing how skylights bring light into that upper level. Another section here, this is at the library. And these are south-facing full-height windows that are adjacent to a double-height stair that faces downstairs toward the kind of computer area, as well as some of the music spaces. And because it's south-facing, we've been very confident that a lot of sun will be coming through here and penetrating down to that lower level. So when you're actually in that space, walking along that lower level, you'll be able to see sky, you'll be able to see treetops, and you'll be getting lots of daylight to that lower level in this part of the project. There's a few others here. One last section I will show you here is at the high school area. This is their hub space. Unlike the middle school, which drives upstairs, this hub space drives downstairs. And again, southwest facing glass that leads out to that courtyard, a large double height space that allows students to kind of move to that lower level. Clear story lighting again to those classroom spaces that get borrowed light from the horizontal windows here, but also a skylight in that space that gets direct light from above. This is a terrace up on that second floor. So these are just a few of the strategies we've used to ensure that we get.
On that last drawing, could you tell me where that is located with a clear story?
Yeah, this is located, I don't have the plan here in front of me, the latest plan, David, but this is located at the bottom of the high school hub. I believe this is one of the teacher lounge spaces here, which is this section. Yeah, right.
So you're saying that there's the windows at the top of that room close to the open space that gets skylight light will get light from that area.
That's correct. That's what you're seeing right here in this wall section.
It's not an outside wall.
No, it's getting borrowed light from the interior, that double height space, correct.
Thank you. Okay, any last questions before we bring it back to the board? Thank you so much. Who'd like to go first?
And I actually apologize. I do have one quick follow-up to that. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the daylighting and coming through the multiple levels and the multiple volumes. Just to touch on ventilation, is there any sort of natural airflow to that basement, or is it all going to be mechanical ventilation?
So we don't have workable skylights in there that are bringing natural ventilation in. That lower level will have mechanical ventilation.
Okay, thank you. You want to go first?
Okay. You know, our booklet says that this is a simple task today. So following ARB's acceptance of the study as responsive to the council direction, the applicant would replace the earlier plan sheets in the set, and these revised sheets are for council consideration. We all want this project to move forward, but as architects, I hope we would demonstrate that our comments, our observations, even perhaps our criticisms are genuine, important, and carefully considered, and that they represent our deep understanding of our craft. So it might take a little longer. First, the garage. The assumption is that the garage would allow the school to park teachers and staff cars out of sight and efficiently as a relief to the neighborhood and part of the TDM solution. Our previous proposed options were the D and E. My preference is D. As long as every tree root remains unhampered, and I hope it is not necessary to park cars above the garage on the site, on the playing field. My bigger concern is the drop-off in the garage because it's an undesirable environment, our finding number 2. Why? It is remote from the classrooms. 2 lanes of cars with kids on the wrong side crossing between them is dangerous. Backups will cause parents to choose alternates. The exit to Emerson was noted in the study to be a possibly significant traffic issue. The kids will be forced to exit under an easement 25 feet wide under the pipe. And then they get to a staircase that's 20 feet to grade. I don't think that's reasonable. And I seriously question that 50% of the cars shown in red on A 1.02A will be in place before 8 to 8:30 crush begins. So where will they go when they're not in those spaces? Planning attempted to answer that question, but I really think it remains. I didn't see that number of cars entering the site that would be housed there the other morning when I was there, but I really think that's going to cause a backup. And when it does, parents are going to decide to go elsewhere, and you won't find that that's a very useful piece at all. And it would be much more useful if it was just exclusively for staff. Once staff is all in, and if it's exclusively for the staff, then the entire school perimeter, especially the lightly trafficked Kellogg Street, can be reserved for an efficient, close, safe sidewalk drop-off. It's such a reasonable idea, having penetrations into the site to let off students is just really not a reasonable idea when you have such a perimeter all the way around the school, and when you have all of the expense of making this garage to get the staff off of the perimeter streets. And then you signage it. It is exclusively for schools. It's what's done everywhere, all around the country. Concerning the trees, luckily the council took this in hand, so I have only one tree left to discuss. Well, that's except for the one that Peter brought up. And I know he's very careful about our trees. Number 55 in the courtyard. Any large school facility needs a surface component, which I thought was cleverly located below grade under tree 155. So it's a shame that that's where the tree is. No solution so far has been offered, and I don't know. We are supposed to approve this project without a solution to service to a building that's as big as this and requiring so many deliveries and garbage removal, et cetera. It's not reasonable. We need to have a solution. We need that solution to be presented to us and make a judgment about whether it really works. But I think that the architects are clever and can figure it out below grade where the school wants it. But let's see the design here. Timeline for construction. It isn't noted as an item for today, but I really have never, ever built a project that has ever finished on time. So I don't suspect it's going to happen here either, especially on this project with this kind of complexity. So let's not fool ourselves. I still recommend relocating the school before the last phase. We all were adamant about that our last meeting. So keep that well in mind because it's going to become a necessity. If you try to do temporaries on that lot, it will be a disaster waiting to happen. My highest priority for Casti is this natural light and air. And although we've discussed it and we've seen these drawings, which frankly we hadn't seen before, and they weren't discussed as to the clear story light that comes through, I think you haven't answered the issue. There are 3 classrooms that at present have windows in them into the Kellogg Street facade. Why isn't it possible to dig light wells into the perimeter of nearly the whole of that facade and get real light, real air, not canned air into the classrooms? I make a very, very big point all the time, even on office buildings, and say, where are the ventilating windows? I want to point out that you have drawing below grade. You have wonderful drawings that, no, this is another one. 23 and 58. Oh, okay. So those are the only drawings that show these windows that are below grade. But I don't even think those are operable. And frankly, it isn't solved yet, and you need to solve this issue. What comes through from skylights that are 2 floors away to the basement level is really going to be minimal, and I don't trust the numbers here. And I don't trust that light, when it bounces down that area and back up to the clear story windows in the cellar, it will ever be an appropriate light for a replacement of what you have upstairs. So I know now what my 23 of 58 is. 23 are the classrooms in the cellar. Of 58, the total number of classrooms in the school. More than 30% of the classrooms are below grade. And I don't think you have 30% of the classrooms that are rooms that really don't require significant light and light from outside. I could accept it if you managed to create light wells around as much of the building as possible but not the present scheme. Frankly, you know, this is a concern that I'm addressing, but I would like to know how many parents really looked at this and decided, I want to send my kid to a school where 30% of these classrooms are below grade, and most of them do not have natural light, and not hardly any, in fact, none, have natural ventilation in the whole cellar. I think they would be outraged. Finally, the Kellogg elevation. With certain minor exceptions, I overwhelmingly prefer the original scheme. Look closely at the wall sections AB 801 and 802 to get an appreciation for the detail, the openness, the large operable casement windows, floors 2 and 3, or floors 1 and 2 rather. The casual shifting on the facade and juxtaposition of those window openings. The constant metaphor using natural textures, repeating elegant windows. It's admittedly an extremely long facade, but there are 2 natural breaks which could be convenient entries and ought to be transparent, like the one on Bryant Street. You know, it comes to mind that what happened here is pretty obvious. You had a lot of meetings with the community and they wanted you to scale it back, reduce the height of the center of the building. That's a really inappropriate idea. The building is one building. It's a school building. It looks like a school building and should remain a school building. From the outside on Kellogg Street, you will have trees in the front at the first presentation to us. In fact, the trees were there, but we couldn't see the building. So we said, come back when you have the building elevation to show us. Well, that's exactly what the neighbors are going to see, trees. And it'll break up the whole facade of that long building. But it is correct when the council said, you know, this is an incredibly long thing. You've got to do something about it. 400 feet of building here. Well, you have a possibility at the entry, and there could be 2 entries, but you have one definite entry. Make it glass, make it transparent, make it divide those into the 3 sections that you talked about. But don't change the rest of the facade. It's a really nice piece of work. I like it as a piece of architecture. It's consistent. It shows an educational building with this wonderful casual textural facade. And it is even scaled beautifully. Look at those drawings that show the scale of it. I encourage you to not accept the pressure from outside, but to develop the building you designed first. That's one of the things I voted for actually earlier, was that this facade is a very, very nice facade, and the way in which you've designed it, and I hate to see you give up any of it, and it certainly isn't better the way it's shown now. So I could not vote for the building elevation the way it is shown, which brings me back to the very first statement I made about submitting these drawings to the council. I can't accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hirsch. Board Member Bolte?
Sure, thank you. I extend a deep gratitude to the staff, to the applicant, everybody for trying so hard to work on the Kellogg elevation. I think it's much closer to what I've always envisioned, and it's more compatible with the neighborhood. And I really appreciate the work that's been done on that. And I can recommend strongly to council that the elevation we're looking at now on Kellogg is suitable, appropriate, compatible with the context, and I think also a beautiful work of architecture. Parking option E is great. It checks all the boxes, and I think it's wonderful that the pool is shifted over because it does really preserve that tree. So on both counts, I'm in favor of what's in front of us and can strongly recommend supporting this to council and to the director. But I'd like to see us push for the larger underground garage. My feeling is that Scheme D allows for 30% more underground parking. And I think in the long run, that's going to be a very valuable commodity to have in the neighborhood for the community. So I'm going to list a series of reasons why I think that's the preferable way to go, even though I do support option E. Underground parking in Scheme D provides more parking. It's just better that way. It's the same essential environmental impact on D and E. In both cases, you're digging an enormous hole in the ground. In both cases, you're disrupting the school and the neighborhood. In both cases, you affect the trees about the same. They're still out of the drip line, and the trees will survive either way. The school is willing to build a larger parking lot. We should take the underground parking. We're going to need it. More underground parking means you have less at-grade parking, either potentially or what's in the proposal there. That means there's fewer people jostling for spots on the street. You have a lot more parking underground. That means there's more spaces and safer spaces for bicycle parking. I pointed out earlier, if you're putting a large number of students parking under Oak Tree 89, which is a beautiful place to park bicycles, it'd be great not to put 4 cars parking there as well. That's a conflict that is dangerous. There will also be less pressure on the community with people parking in the street. More parking underground means there'll be less pressure for people to illicitly park elsewhere. So for all those reasons, I think that the larger underground garage is the preferred option. Lastly, I think it's worth pointing out to council that, well, it's fair to say you want to limit the garage to a 50% capacity. This garage is really a multifunctional space. It's not just a garage, it's a whole drop-off zone. And if you think of it that way, maybe it's reasonable to allow a bigger garage because it's part of the parking is conflicted because of the drop-off, as David pointed out earlier. Because a number of those spaces cannot be used as parking at certain times, maybe don't consider them in the same way. These are arguments to council as they mull all this over. All this said, I think the shift of the swimming pool proposed in Scheme E is essential. I think that that's the only way to really save Tree 89. And I think that if you do that and combined with Scheme D, maybe you don't need the extra parking and then they can reconfigure the loading zone to work properly. Right now, as David mentioned, we just don't know how that loading and service component works. And it should be figured out. And if you give them a little more space, in other words, don't require some parking there, it will work. On Scheme E, they're just squeezing spots all around the surface of the campus because they've got to make the numbers work. And it's not realistic. You don't want 4 people parking where all the students put their bicycles. You don't want 2 people parking where trucks are trying to load and unload things. So it makes more sense for us to allow the larger garage underground. So my advice to the board is that we strongly endorse the Kellogg Facade and parking option E, but let the council know that we think Scheme D parking is the preferred solution. So we really would like to see them do a hybrid of D and E. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Rosenberg?
And again, I will not be casting a vote this evening or this afternoon, but I would like to add a few thoughts as well. And I do feel like I'm going to be repeating some of the comments from my other council members. I fully agree that the larger parking space, underground parking structure is something we should take advantage of. As some of the comments that some of the neighbors had mentioned, that the traffic and the parking around the neighborhood, you know, it's a gentleman's agreement, as they had said. Now, I would love to see the utilization of those parking and slow streets where kids can slowly and not rushed be loaded and unloaded, and having that larger parking garage really be for staff and for the people that are at the school for longer amounts of time. I do like the pool shifted. I think that that's a wise move, especially in regards to that tree. I again will echo council members' comments on those 4 parking spaces right next to the tree and the bike rack seems inappropriate. I would reserve that for biking. So really trying to utilize the ground level as drop off, biking, really the safe zone for the kids, and you make and encouraging the vehicles to be in that underground parking space and having to be a larger space, the environmental impact one way or the other, bigger hole, smaller hole. It's unfortunately, it's close enough. So if you're down there, you're digging, make it bigger, get the cars out of the way and let the kids maintain their safety on neighborhood ground level. I think my other comments were, again, going back to the basement, I do also have concerns about the ventilation and of course, path of egress. Don't really have any further comments on that to say that my concerns are still there. I do appreciate the lighting that was done. And I do think that the multi-story, I mean, even in this room right here, we do have these skylights coming down in a large space and it is quite effective. So the lighting is not so much the concern, ventilation, fire egress, those are still concerning to me. And I believe my last thought was, and the Kellogg facade. It is a beautiful facade. I actually am a split between my other 2 council members here in the room with me today. I mostly like the previous design, with the exception of the corner of Kellogg and Emerson. I think that building being toned down, smaller windows actually is quite nice at that corner. So for what that's worth, little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think it would be a nice compromise, but that's, I think, my full thoughts for the day. Thank you for your time.
Did you mean Kellogg and Bryant?
Yes, Kellogg and Bryant. What did I say?
I thought I heard Emerson, but I could have been mistaken.
At the corner, it's right.
Thank
Just
you.
had it open.
Board Member Chen.
I think it is a complex project with lots of issues to be solved, and I think the design team did a great job solving those problems. So as to the parking, garage parking, I'm generally in support of the recommendation, the staff recommended parking option E, because it preserves most number of the trees. So I think option E is the direction to go. But I agree with the other board members, larger garage parking is always a better solution if that 50% is not a must do. So because the environmental impact is basically the same. And also considering maybe occasionally event parking, so larger garage will always be better to relieve the street parking problems. And also, I think we also need to be careful about who will use the garage and how often it will trigger the alert system, because no matter if it's sound or visual, I think we want to minimize the impact to the neighbors. As to the Kellogg elevation study, I think it is generally compatible with the neighborhood. The lowered eave line and the breakup of the buildings and the materials, I think it is a better elevation. And I do agree with board member, Vice Chair Hirsch. If it is possible, it is always ideal to have some natural light, like to lower the window sill, maybe add some light well around the building, so that we can have more natural light bring into the basement and also natural ventilations. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you so much to the applicant for your studies. And I also wanted to thank you, the members of the public, for coming and talking to us both in person and on Zoom. We really appreciate all of the input that you've been giving. So I just wanted to tell you how grateful I am for that. And the close eye to detail as well. I think it helps everybody. And also to thank our 2 new board members for their input. I think it's really, really great that you guys decided to stay and give some input. We're all benefiting from it. So I'll start with the parking schemes and will echo, similar to my colleagues, that I really appreciate option E for what it does in terms of the location of the pool and for how it preserves tree 89. And I also agree, and I think it should be really clear to the members of council who may, I guess, we in our architecture field, we're familiar with the impacts of underground parking garages and are aware that in terms of the EIR, it's a wash, really more or less, between the underground parking part of E and D. And so if we are, I would support parking option, the garage part of option D in the size. And so I might recommend, similar to what Board Member Balte was saying, that there's a hybrid solution between option E and option D, where we keep the pool location and the tree preservation of option E, but the size of the parking garage in option D. And I've heard a few other board members express that as well. I think that makes the most sense. On the light well issue, I did want to point out to my fellow board members on sheet AB 101, between grid lines 9 and grid line sort of 11.5, there are walkable skylights in that section. And then also between grid lines 6 and 7 along Kellogg, there are walkable skylights. I think this was there previously. So this isn't new, but I just wanted to just let everybody know that that's the case. I would absolutely support more skylights if that was an option in terms of grade. And I do appreciate the clear story parts of the Kellogg facade. I actually think it makes that facade really interesting to sort of have some play down below there. I think, last time we talked about the Kellogg facade, I was pretty adamant that it doesn't change. And we had a pretty heated discussion last time about it. Because I really appreciate the party of what we saw last time, where it's a very clear, style, aesthetic. It's got clean lines. And when I initially saw this revision study with the pitched roof in the middle, I was initially very opposed to it because I do think it compromises the design integrity of this building, which has the potential to be one of the best looking buildings, aesthetically, architecturally, it's beautifully designed. And so I will say the pitched roof, initially I was struggling with it. The walkthrough video that we saw helped actually a lot, because that trellis piece that happens in the left-hand side of section 2 does some really cool things with light that I think is really great. And I appreciate also the extension of the planter on that second floor. So there are things in this revision that I'm growing to like, and that I'm thinking there's also kind of a play now, whereas in the previous elevation, the parts that were shingled and the parts that had the vertical siding, at least in section 2, kind of blended together. But in the revision, they feel more distinct. And it's almost like now there's a nice kind of balance between the shingle masses and the vertical cladding masses. So in that sense, I see some of the virtues in the revision. I had initially thought actually that instead of a pitched roof, it was a shed roof, which might have actually made it a bit more palatable. But I don't know if that works in terms of the inside program. A shed roof across that whole length might compromise some of the classrooms there. But I do really think what's strong with this new revision is the trellis piece in terms of that play of light and the extension of the planter, and then also how the punched openings in the shingles are different than the way the fenestration is happening on the vertical cladding. They really feel like two different pieces that play off of each other, which adds more visual interest on Kellogg. Okay, so that's my piece on those two things. I think now is kind of, we can sort of maybe summarize what we've heard and Potentially, we could continue to a date certain wherein we can all vote. Or we can summarize and see at least straw poll wise where we fall in alignment.
I think if it's possible to get the three of us to vote the same, then it's irrelevant if our colleagues voted as well, and we should push this forward. This project has been waiting long enough. And if it's possible to do that, we should.
Okay.
I think the votes are there regardless to push it forward, but the real question is whether David can support the Kellogg elevations and vote, at least with your nose held for the whole. Yeah, that's fine to speak to what you think, but just trying to think if the three of us can agree, then we can go forward.
That's a good point.
I absolutely can't.
You're not, your microphone's not on?
I really feel extremely strongly about the elevation. And I think it's dangerous to look at this from the viewpoint that you're looking at it from and say it's going to look like this at all from the street. Imagine yourself on the street when you see this higher walls in the front of the lower level, the top will not be seen. The elevation isn't this way. You can't make a decision on something like this elevation from this viewpoint. It's just not reasonable.
We asked the architect to pull up the street view because I think the architect did show.
Well, if you show a street view, then show it in perspective from the street.
I think there was one in the presentation. There was another one, yeah, maybe 31. Is this the perspective?
Which is the newer perspective?
I think the newest is at the bottom. Yeah, let's zoom in there.
Very solid looking piece here, whereas previously it had, and this is looking at this solid element here as well. You know, the wonder of the building on the top view is all of that wonderful glass that you see, all of the continuously changing facade with the same elements used repetitively. They really make a terrific statement, and the solid areas simply justify all of the open areas in a way. You know, I can't accept the fact that the top windows now are all very small in the middle piece. It just doesn't follow.
Okay, so I guess you're referring to the corner of Kellogg and Bryant, how that's shorter in the.
Yes.
Okay,
There you
so
see
you
the
preferred the.
different window typology. And if you went to show the sectional views that you have in the end of the set that are really rather terrific, where you look into the inside of the building. No. Well, there's one.
This is
and
the
you
one with
look
the
at
pitch,
that
right?
room now. By the way, that room, that classroom has an 8-foot ceiling in it. That's not standard for classrooms at all, you know? And the reason for that is that they have to get the mechanicals up there, and now you have the slope roof, and things have changed on the inside. So you really need to see a building inside and out to know exactly what's happening on the outside and why it doesn't work. 8-foot ceilings in almost any school classroom are non-standard. They're too low. If you get 20 kids in or 15 kids in that classroom, it's just not going to feel right at all.
So you might suggest that for section 3, that the current, we're talking about the section 3, right? On
Yes.
DS 004.
So I'd like them to go back to the sections from the first proposal. I can't find them actually in my set here. They're in the, sorry? No, I want there's some really fantastic drawings in the back here that show, maybe that you could find them yourself faster than I can. The drawings that are sort of at an angle that show okay, well, getting closer. Yeah. On AB 805, that's the center center wall with the big windows down below and the windows up above. And AB 803, where you really see the detail of how that's all going to work to the outside, you know.
Hey, Pam, sorry to interrupt.
No,
I just jumped in.
Someone's got to go on mute.
Sorry, go ahead.
We take care of that person on mute. Thanks. Okay, so I've heard from Board Member Hirsch. I've heard, I guess, a couple things now. Let's just talk about Section 3 of the Kellogg Facade. Board Member Hirsch has suggested reverting that back to what we had saw back in December. I would support that. What do my fellow board members think?
If that gets your vote today, I'll support that. Yeah, that's a
Okay.
compromise I can live with. I'm about the middle section was changed in a dramatic way. and that-
There's
that's
little tiny windows up above. It's really.
David, it's a residential neighborhood. People live there and they don't want to.
They'll never see it. There'll be trees in front of it.
I don't think so. I think you see the existing building.
It's
plenty.
important.
Okay, but we're talking about Section 3, right? We're all talking about Section 3 right now.
I can support that compromise if that's
Okay.
something we want to push for.
Are there any thoughts, Board Member Rosenberg? On Section 3, going back
So
to,
just to clarify, everyone's good with Section 1 because it has not changed, correct?
we're going backwards. We're starting with
That's fine,
3.
that's fine. And then for Section 3, basically, the comment right now is that people prefer the previous design. And then after we sort of settle that, we're going to look at Section 2 and
That's
discuss
right.
which one.
Yeah.
David prefers the original design.
And I support it
And
because
Oswald is being swayed by David's rhetoric.
I think there's a good point for having more glass on there. I think we all want more natural light.
My one comment, which is pretty minor, is that if we are going to have a reduced height somewhere, I think that the corner is the best place to do it. I think as you transition from the corner growing up to the sides makes some sense. So I'm a little hesitant to have the tallest at the corner, the tallest at the other side, and then sort of lower in the middle. So for what that's worth, that's the one part that I think might be a little bit concerning. So.
I'll just emphasize, those are principles we use for urban design, right? This is a residential neighborhood. We're trying to fit in with the existing houses, the existing families. It's not about emphasizing corners. What's
Correct. I'm actually saying we should de-emphasize the corner.
what's really important is not to have such a long, continuous looking building. I think the changes have gotten there.
Okay, I just want to get Board Member Chen's comment on Section 3 so that I'm able to get a sense of the board's thinking.
I think in general, larger window size for the classroom is always better, but I think maybe for me, I need to know more history about the design process, like why the design team want to change to smaller windows. I saw on the sections, they show some cabinets in front of the window. Is it like functionally it will work better for them, or why they make these changes, or it is coming from the previous comments? And I agree with Vice Chair Hirsch. This section, if the ceiling height is only 8 foot high for a classroom, it is low.
Okay.
So, if you're going to build a school building, it should look like a school building. We're not trying to look like the housing across the street. We're a school building here. The center of it, all of a sudden to change to a very small window.
Okay, so we're moving on to Section 2. Okay, yeah, thank you, Board Member Chen. I think that's a good point. Yes, let's move on to Section 2. I'm hearing enough support that we can move from Section 3 back to the old one. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, go ahead, Board Member Hirsch. Say your piece on Section 2.
Well, I don't think these are the areas where you should make a change in the scheme of it all. That first presentation was really, I voted for it. I had issues with the overall planning of the project, especially the light and air. But I thought that the scheme was wonderful. And I just hate to lose it, I think there are modifications you could make, but I don't like the idea of projecting it's a residential neighborhood, therefore we should look like a residential neighborhood. It's a school and it should look like a school. And once you change the window style here, you change everything. So I'm fighting.
Okay, so for section 2, Board Member Hirsch, you're suggesting we go back to the original scheme.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to ask you, I'd made a comment that in the updated scheme, the trellis and the extended planter, that's sort of in the left half of that section, I thought were really nice additions.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay, you agree with that? Okay.
I do. I think because that's an entry.
Yes, it is an access point, I
It's
think.
an access point. It's very well used.
Okay. I'll go next. I agree with Board Member Hirsch in principle that an institutional building should look like an institutional building, should not look like a residential building. I also originally, like I said before, really liked the original section 2. And I might, I think I said before, there's nice things about like the trellis and the extended planter, that if that was an option to incorporate in the original scheme would make that a better scheme. I have noticed also on the right half, there is less glazing in that shingled part. So that's something to consider for natural light. Let's go down the line on section 2. I am looking at you.
Well, I think the video showed the entrance with the trellis above to be really lovely. It's a really nice and change, and that only works because the roof was changed. And I think that anything you can do to take the middle of this building and just break up the continuous eave line is what I've been harping on all this time.
It helps break it up.
So, and I think that's just so critically important. I'm willing to grant that the classroom corner could be taller, but I'd like you guys to support breaking up the middle then to get to a compromise today. I don't know what to say. I think it's not going to win an architecture prize. It's just a box with a shed roof, but it breaks up the total thing into what I think is more compatible while still being an institutional building.
You don't think the trellis and the extended planter could happen on the original scheme? It would just
I
extend
don't want to sit
horizontally.
here and redesign the building in this chair. I just want to pass judgment on what we have in front of us. I'm comfortable enough saying one corner maybe raised their roof back, but the rest of it is the architect's job. They presented this, they supported it, they like it. This is what they want. You heard them say it. Well, who is it for us to now say, well, we don't want what you want? Think about what their words were unequivocally in favor of this design.
They didn't say they didn't like what they presented first, did they?
They said this is an improvement. They thanked us for pushing them to do this. I heard those words, and anybody else, the record will show that. So David, to push beyond what they want.
No, I'm pushing back to where they were.
But they want to be here. This is what they've done. They've
I
drawn this,
don't
not
think
us.
if they really analyzed it, we'd have to talk to their designers in-house there and determine who's happy with this versus the original. They compromised what they did first. Why? Why did
This
they
is a
compromise?
process of compromise. Everybody has compromised.
No, I
They've
can't.
come to us with an
Peter,
application that they support. They've asked us, does it meet
you
the
know,
findings?
it's really, really important that this building is consistent all the way through. You don't build buildings piece by piece, and it's very, very consistent the way they designed it the first time. And whether they did something for other reasons, we'll never know, and we shouldn't go there. I think it's important for us to look at what we saw first and react to it. The textures, the way in which these windows slide next to each other, the kind of casualness of it, and along with the textures, they're all part of one thing.
I might encourage our board members to think less about maybe what we think the applicant wants and just focus on what's in front of us aesthetically and make a judgment aesthetically about what is superior in front of us. So are you saying that you believe that the scheme in section 2 part of our scheme is superior than the
Yes,
section 2 part?
Absolutely. I think that's the better architecture. For
That's
this
more
prop-
likely to
for-
win an
for-
award.
For this property on this site, I think that's the superior choice, hands down, unequivocally.
Okay.
It's contingent. It's on this property in this site.
Okay. Board Member Rosenberg, do you have some thoughts on section 2?
Yeah. Chair Thompson, I also loved what you said about the trellis and the planting. I thought that that really is a nice improvement. There's a portion of that shed that makes sense. However, the part that really just is a little bit of a thorn in my side is this boxed portion. It's the right half of section 2. I think the new design is a big step backwards. So I would, if I had to pick A or B, right, if I had to pick the old one or the new one, based on that thorn alone, I would pick the previous version. But again, we're not trying to tell the architects how to design. However, I do think there are definitely elegant elements of both designs. I do also agree that a school should look like a school and should act like a school and should have tall ceilings like a school should have. However, I think there's a respect that we can pay to the neighbors to make sure that we're being appropriate and thoughtful, right, at all times. I look at this sort of box on the right side of section 2 in the new design, and I can't get on board with it.
All right, thank you. Board Member Chen.
Yeah, I think in general, I agree that I expect to see larger windows instead of all those smaller windows. But as to the roof shape, I think it's okay if we. I think lower eave line and all those trellis, all those details, that is compatible to the neighborhood, the residential neighborhood. And but the thing is about the ceiling height. So I'm thinking about maybe for this section, if for the upper level, somehow we can have the ceiling to be something like to expose to the structure, then I'm fine with the roof line of this section. But I like to see more windows. And I agree that school should look like a school instead of a residential building, although it's in a residential neighborhood.
Okay, so wait, I just want to get a better idea. So I guess, would you be in support of the original scheme that we saw back in December, or what's in front of us if you had to vote between one or the other?
Well, if I have to choose between these two, I'm looking for more about like combine these two, because I'm okay with the roof line, the sloped roof. So I like to see something more like mixed together. But if I have to choose between A or B, I think the previous one is the better one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I did hear board majority for the original scheme and then some suggestions for merging the schemes. I think there is a bit of a split between the roof line. There's sort of 3 board members in favor of the more flat roof line and 2 in favor of the pitch. So I think that's good to know, at least where we are as a board. The question is, should we vote today or should we continue this to a date certain? I think we did hit everything that we were supposed to hit, right? I just want to check with staff if there's anything that we didn't hit.
I'll answer that question in just one second. My thought was, as you consider this Kellogg before and after and combining in bits and parts, perhaps the applicant is still here. If there's a question of the applicant as to what I think there might be a question as to what they could manage and do if there's a combined, or, what they might prefer, because it sounded like there might have been confusion about which one they preferred between the former and the latter. Is there any interest in asking the applicant to weigh in? If not,
yeah, I would be open to hearing from the applicant just briefly if they had some thoughts on our discussion in terms of merging schemes, since we have been mainly discussing going back to the original one.
If I may speak, this is Nancy Kaufman again, head of school. So I'm going to bring a perspective that is slightly different than the architectural perspective that you've all been sharing. We're working with outstanding architects. You are all outstanding architects. We have some subjectivity here. What we want is a project that works for us and that works for the neighbors. And so when we say we prefer one over another, obviously we put forth something that we feel good about, but also one that we felt addressed concerns expressed by this board and by the neighbors. So, I mean, it's difficult to sort of put a stake in the ground to say, oh, you know, it must be this or it must be that, because it's just not how we've approached this project. We've always approached it from the point of view of what's best for the school, what's best for the neighborhood, and how can we reach a compromise. And I think that's what you're seeing now, is that that's not easy to do. So what I would, my best hope, and maybe this is too big of an ask, is that we could potentially have this general scheme approved with committee to resolve some of these questions.
Okay, thank you for your input. Okay, so let's see what we want to do. Board Member Balte, in terms of section 2, you know, I heard from Board Member Rosenberg that this shingled part of section 2, not just from Board Member Rosenberg, but others, that, you know, because of the reduced glazing, causes maybe some aesthetic concerns. And so I wonder if you would be in support of considering looking at section 2 in sort of 2 parts. So maybe where that shingled part is, if we were to draw a line, that sort of, call it B to the right and A to the left. And I'm sketching something here. I'm sorry for everybody. But I guess, would the board be in support of maybe reverting section B to the previous scheme and then keeping section A with the current scheme? I only propose this with a caveat. I think the roof line might be an issue if we did that. So, I mean, the only parts that I want to keep of is the trellis and the planter, really. Because I don't know if it makes sense to change the roof line actually halfway through, but this is a suggestion of compromise, as our applicant has mentioned.
Fair enough. In the spirit of compromise, what really is important to me is that you not have the continuous roof line that section 2 had in the previous design.
Mhm.
If you can somehow modify that.
Interestingly enough.
Oh, your mic's on.
Interestingly enough, and I'm sure the community will, across the street will scream and shout, but we're not at the full height here. This whole building is 3 feet lower than the possible full height. So it is possible to raise that centerpiece and let it stand out then as a form. Wouldn't be very much of it won't affect anybody very much. It's a small section of the building, but it will define a separate volume.
The height is not an issue for me, David. I think that 27 feet or 30 feet, the issue to me is the continuous eave line being the same over the whole length of the building. And that's what I'm delighted to see changed. I could easily see a redesign of the middle section where you keep the left-hand side, what Ozma called A, with some sort of a, oh, did I get it backwards? A and B, that's right. Section 2A is on the left-hand side of section 2. Some element where you don't have that roof line coming across. It could still be a flat roof that was either lower or higher. The trellis, I think, is a great solution. The other side, piece B, maybe that's the one that goes up to the full 30 feet then. Maybe treat that facade totally differently. I mean, it can be anything that's different is what I'm really after.
Well, it's, I'm
And then
suggesting
the section
that the
3 could go tall.
centerpiece goes up as a form,
So you keep this,
not
but make it
keep
taller?
this, but this goes up.
Yeah, maybe that would work.
B gets taller.
Yeah.
It's taller.
Okay, so
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
keeps its sort of low roof line. and
Exactly.
B- I'm sorry.
I
So,
might be willing to accept that.
so there's some discussion where we
Yeah,
keep
I
A
think we could find common ground there, David.
with the lower roof line and the shed or pitched roof, as
Yeah.
it were, on A. And then B sort of kicks up and
Right,
has
right.
the glazing and what we like about the previous scheme. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what I'm saying, yeah. I mean, it's not even so much the shed, the slope roof. If you're on the ground, you won't really see the slope. It's just the breakup of the eave, the different treatment, the different height.
I'd rather go up the full
But
height.
Yeah.
what I'd rather do is let the architect
and let him
figure
work
out
on it.
how to design the building.
Well, that'd be fine, but.
And then have
he-
it, maybe we
but-
can
but,
put this to a
we can't
ad hoc
agree
committee then.
or among ourselves here. So.
Yeah, I
that's-
mean, I think the only place that I was noticing that you could see the pitch was from Bryant and Kellogg, where you're sort of seeing the side of section 2.
Mhm,
But if we make that a straight edge kind of,
mhm.
so I think the party of this is like, it's got, it's got these like lines that go,
Yeah, that's been my
horizontally.
problem all along. It's an inappropriate party for this site.
I
keep
don't
saying
agree
it,
with
but
that,
That's,
but okay.
that's where we stand. But look, the
Um,
process has taken us here.
Right.
Council has asked us to do something. They've done something, we're still not liking it. If we revert the section 3 back, then the thing we're doing something to is this middle piece. If we don't do anything, it's going to get kicked back again. Okay, so I can compromise that part B, the right-hand part of the middle piece, ask them to redesign once more, come back to the subcommittee, just regarding that elevation,
Mhm.
and we can push this thing through today.
Okay.
Otherwise,
So,
we can just
I
continue.
don't know
it.
where we are.
Well,
Are
okay, I
are
can tell you where we
agreeing
are.
On this?
I think we are agreeing, which
Can
is
we take
exciting.
that section to the right-hand side of 2 and make it into the same height as it was? And the windows pattern the same?
Yes, I think it would require some study from the architects. I think what we're asking to do is a little surgical. But what I'm hearing is that we're reverting section 3 to the original Kellogg elevation from December. And then for section 2, we're suggesting to the applicant to keep the left side with the trellis and the planter per the proposal that we see in front of us, the revision, but that the other side, which is the shingled mass, be reverted to something like we saw from the original scheme that has more windows, more fenestration.
And if necessary, in my way of looking at it, if you had to go up another
Yeah.
foot or 2 to
Possi-
make that read
right.
as a mass, then you're doing something that I think everybody really wants.
I would support making it taller. I
Yeah.
think that's a good way to do.
Yeah.
I could
treatment.
support that too.
I think we
With,
kind of
yeah,
agree.
within reason. Yeah, it sounds like, and then I just want to make sure we include the other board members to get their feedback on if, you would otherwise agree with us. if you
Yeah,
were
I
voting.
noticed there was nodding over on the screen as well, the other board member. I would agree with everything stated so far.
Okay, and I just want to get board member Chen's 2 cents.
I think I get the general idea of what you're talking about. I support that idea.
Okay, all right.
Can we get staff and the applicant to chime in too on it? Do you want
Okay,
to? Just make sure
um,
the architect thinks it's okay.
So we
Staff-
Yeah.
do a motion?
Well, let's just check in with the architect really quick to find out if we're being clear, because I think we are very close to a motion.
Can they do what we're saying? too?
Yes, is what we're asking feasible? Which is always an important question. Is Mr. Woltag on?
Yes, hi. It's been a great discussion and back and forth. I would never answer yes, it's a doable thing on the fly like this, that we take everything really seriously. We'd like to draw through it, but I think the direction is very clear. And it's something I think that, we could definitely make feasible. So I just want to let the committee know, without a doubt, it's very clear direction. And that definitely helps us out a lot. So thank you.
Okay.
Can staff process this then as a ad hoc committee thing so this moves forward?
So I just want to make sure it's clear for me. You're right now talking just about the Kellogg. I got all of that, and I'm glad it's clear direction. There had been some questions asked earlier, and I wanted to make sure, like, for instance, the percentage of drop-offs. I know that was not quite the discussion today, but I have an answer to that before you take a vote on the project, if that's what you're doing.
I want to make sure that this moves forward.
Sure.
I don't want to see staff just say, okay, let's do another redesign and bring it back.
I understand that. I just want to make sure, because I've been accused of not answering properly in a public hearing, and I do have an answer for that one question about the percentage of traffic. It's off topic now because you're talking about design.
Yeah.
But, you know, I
think
had the opportunity before you take your vote to answer the question during the hearing.
Was that a question by Board Member Chen?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you, if you've got the answer.
Yes. So I'll just answer that and let you get back to your deliberation. It's 27% of the drop-offs are using the garage. It's shown in the TDM plan that showed this. It was page 23 of the clean format document. So I just want to let the public know. And Ms. Jen, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All righty. Will someone make a motion, or would you like me to?
Are we agreed on the whole parking business?
I think we've all discussed, as far as parking goes, it seems we're pretty unanimous as a board that we prefer the parking garage for option E, and that we prefer the pool and tree preservation of option E.
So I'll make a motion then.
Okay.
Get my thoughts here. I move that we recommend approval of the revisions in front of us with the following changes. Regarding the Kellogg Avenue facade, we would like to see section 3 revert to the previous design option with the additional height and the window pattern of that option. We would like to see the section 2 option remain as it is with the trellis, and the other side, the right-hand side of that, be somehow modified
The mass clad and shingles.
through massing finishes and
As in the previous.
as in the previous elevation, with the caveat that it's okay to make it taller.
Yes.
So that's.
And that
the-
would come to subcommittee.
Right, and that should come back to an ad hoc committee, but nothing more than that.
That's a piece of it, a piece of it.
That's right. The motion is to recommend approval with the changes to the Kellogg revisions I just described. Then we recommend acceptance of scheme E, but we would like to put a recommendation to City Council that they use the parking configuration from the garage in scheme D. We think that's the superior design option for the garage. The pool is E, the garage is D.
So can we maybe word it that we would like to approve a hybrid version?
What I'm trying to do is approve E, give it a clear path, and then just tell the council that we disagree with their judgment regarding the parking.
I think we'd like to make that part of the motion, though. I think we'd like to, as part of the motion.
Explain it, hybrid.
Okay, so we recommend the garage in scheme D, the pool arrangement in scheme E. It's that simple.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And how about?
There's a hand raised by staff.
Yeah, mine virtual. Can I ask a question though? Does that mean that the additional surface parking spaces are not approved if council were to go with scheme E garage?
I think it's not for us to make that decision. That goes to planning commission or staff, how
Right.
the parking requirements are met.
Okay.
Saying that
But
with-
I guess, is there any reasoning about the surface, the design of those surface parking spaces, since design is in the purview of the ARB? Is there anything anything you'd like to say about those surface parking spaces that are proposed in Scheme E?
I would.
I think there's a couple thoughts. I know Board Member Hirsch and Board Member Rosenberg have things.
Well,
So
we're making a motion, so.
Yeah, but it has a caveat to it.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think, how can we say in the motion, we're accepting Scheme E for the pool location, but we're not accepting the surface parking that's required around the pool or the service area in Scheme E. So we do not want that parking, basically.
we would prefer that to go
You know, it's
underground
complicated
as part
because
of-
there are there's an increase in parking on the ramp to the garage as well, which is acceptable in my mind, but not above the garage itself and not in the area that you're mentioning.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
the Scheme E has additional surface parking near the oak tree where the bicycles are,
Mhm.
where the service entrance is going to
Yes.
be, along the entry ramp on the curve and in
Yeah.
the front of the current school main entrance.
Yep.
What I'm proposing is that 2 of those locations are inappropriate for surface parking.
Yes.
By the tree with the bicycles and by the service entrance. The other 2 locations, I don't have an opinion on those. I'd leave it to staff to figure out where
Okay.
they want to put their parking.
I do. I think it shouldn't have parking on the above the garage either.
Well, there's no parking above the garage. in
Yes,
any
there
of
is.
these. And Scheme DE has parking above the garage?
Let's just check.
I thought that was Scheme A that had surface parking. Yeah, Scheme E, David, sheet GS E.2
Okay.
shows 4 parking areas indicated in red. In my own notes the other night, I had put an X through the 2 of them by the tree and by the service
Which one
area.
is it? Okay, so there is none. There are these 2 and these 3 and those. We want to get
And
rid of
these-
these.
There's kind of 4 locations. Sorry,
Four-
there's 4
four locations,
locations.
That's right.
So Board Member Balta, you're suggesting just removing the locations, surface parking along Emerson.
Those-
Yeah, I'm saying we find those to be not safe functionally or practically.
Correct.
So that's part of our motion, that they should not have
Yes,
surface
should-
parking there.
In those locations.
But we're okay with the other locations of surface
What
parking.
I'm concerned about with this motion is that we've put the city council in a bind, because now we haven't approved a solution that keeps them with their 50% parking. And that's where I don't want to continue this
But we're
process where
increasing the
everybody's,
number of cars in the garage.
but if they don't accept the garage thing, they had a compromise they made politically, 50% underground.
I know.
We're telling we think that's not good, but I don't want to compete with what they're saying.
Our board recommends things. I think
Let 'em
our
work
job
on
is to recommend what we think is best.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And the
thought
city
we-
council may take our recommendation and knowing our discussion, knowing our expertise on this
Yeah,
item.
I hear you. Okay.
I
So my
think we
motion
should
stands
remain
that
integrity wise.
the hybrid of Scheme E
Yes,
removes the parking spaces by tree 89 and by the service entrance area.
correct. Okay, go with that.
Is that clear, staff? What the motion is suggesting for Scheme E?
Yes. Sorry, had to unmute. Stop sharing, unmute.
Okay,
So you second.
all right, so we have a motion by Balte. Is there a second?
Those are only two issues here.
Then those are the 2 main issues we need to vote on.
We are voting or not on the fact that they're using the garage as a drop-off location.
We're not voting on that, David.
I don't think that's
We're
under
not
our.
gonna vote on that?
purview. I mean, I think we're just choosing the scheme of the garage in front of us.
I would like a, what do they call those motions?
A friendly amendment?
A friendly
Well,
amendment?
We need a motion first. We
Oh,
need a
wait.
second on the
All
original
right,
motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay,
Okay, and I will conduct the vote.
Not yet.
no.
There's a potential friendly amendment.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Friendly amendment that the
You can do your mic.
school explore an option to not have a drop-off location in the garage.
I have to raise my hand about this just because, this has CEQA impacts because the garage drop off was extensively studied in the environmental impact report. So this path that you're going on is of a concern from a CEQA standpoint. Just thought I'd raise that.
Yeah, it's just a step in that direction, Amy, and I don't think I feel comfortable going there. I'm sorry, David.
I also don't feel comfortable.
So you can make an unfriendly motion if you want to.
I'm making it so you have to vote it down.
Do you need a second, right?
It
Yes,
fails
and
for
an
lack of-
unfriendly
I'll
needs
need
a
a second.
second.
Is anybody else interested in this idea?
I don't think there is a second.
No second?
I'm sorry, David. I mean, I support your concept and principle, but at this point in the game, it's just not going to work.
Okay, so we have a motion by Balte and a second by myself, Thompson. Are we ready to vote? Any last things? Okay, let's roll it.
Board Member Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chan,
Yes, we're
Can I
gonna,
vote?
you can abstain.
Oh, I abstain.
Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Chair Thompson,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Abstain.
Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you, everybody. And definitely really appreciated the conversation.
Now, what about, we
Um,
never did talk about light wells.
Same question.
I want to make an independent motion then, whatever it is called.
Is that possible?
Uh,
I think you can make
No,
it.
I think generally there was plenty of support for that, that we request that the architect provide light wells in as many classrooms as is reasonable to have natural light and ventilation to as many classrooms as possible.
Are we allowed to do this? I would think it would have been in the original motion as like a subcommittee item.
Yes, normally it would be part of a motion. I think at this point it would just be a comment.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, Ms. Gerhart. So, Chair, I do think that if the board, you've made a motion, you're still, considering the project, if you felt like there was a need to modify your amendment, the rules provide for, to modify your motion, the rules provide for you to do that. I would see if there's support for a second, and if so, you can do another motion to capture this perspective if that's the desire of the board.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to consider adding light wells where possible as part of the ad hoc committee that reviews
Fine.
this. Yeah, that's your motion, Board Member Hirsch?
As many as possible.
As many as possible. Okay. Is there a
To be
second?
considered by the ad hoc committee.
I'll second. Sure.
No, I'm the maker of the motion. I'll support the
Oh, okay.
amendment.
All right. Okay, so it had support.
The amendment has been proposed. The maker of the motion supports it. The seconder of the motion,
We'll second it.
you support it.
Yes, I support it.
Okay, so now we can vote on the.
Okay,
we
so
can
now we're
vote
going to
on the-
vote to capture this item as part of the subcommittee.
Board Member Baltai,
Yes.
Board Member Chan,
I abstain.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hirsch,
Yes.
Chair Thompson,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Abstain.
Motion carries 3-0-2.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
All right.
Jonathan.
All right, thanks, everybody. Okay. Let us move on. What time is it? It's 1:30. Okay, well, it's 1:21. So we do have 4 more items on our agenda. And I'm sure all of our blood sugar is running low. The next item on this on our agenda is the objective standards. This is continued from our last meeting last week.
I have a presentation, you know that?
Oh, you have a presentation.
Yeah.
Yes, I think, so Jean is not with us this afternoon. I do have a presentation I can do for her. And I mean, this is my project as well. I think there's a question about lunch, if we need to do something about that. Please let me know how everyone's blood sugar is doing.
Yeah, let's, I guess let's take a little check with everybody, because I know typically we try to end these meetings at noon. Every now and again, we have a big project that has a lot of public comment, and so we go over. We also have been known to defer some of these items to our next meeting if we go very late. So yeah, I just kind of want to check in with the members of the board if they would like to consider deferring some of these to our next meeting, or take a break and continue on. Let's just go around the room. Let's start with board member Hirsch.
Well, I'm not the one to talk to because I have all the time in the world.
Oh, retired life sounds so nice. Board member Volte.
Yeah, I don't have all the time in the world, but I think we have to finish objective standards today. So
Okay.
I'd be in favor of continuing to have a lunch break and then focusing on objective standards, but pushing everything else off till later.
Okay, so you'd want to hear one more item. Board member Rosenberg.
Yeah, also due to the short time constraints, I wasn't able to completely reschedule my day, so I will, I would support Chair Balte's opinion of doing the one more and then moving on. So
Okay.
deferring the rest of them.
Do you have a time that you have to go?
I have to pick up my kid at 2.
That's soon.
That's soon. So
I think
apologize.
objective standards is going to take longer than that.
Are they subject to the same constraints as with Castilleja on having whether they heard the previous arguments of this issue?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Because if that's the case, then why should they sit here?
Yeah,
Then it
that's
should just
that's
be-
a really good point. And then board member Chen, do you also have time constraints? We're not able to hear you.
Hi.
Oh, please.
Yeah, I have to pick up my kids at 2, the same.
Okay, all right. I might recommend, and maybe I have to do a motion that we actually move the remainder of our items. Maybe we can review the minutes. Maybe we'll keep the minutes. That we defer items 4, 5, and 6 to our next meeting. Making a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All right.
And I will conduct the vote. Board member Balte,
No,
board member Chen,
Yes.
vice chair Hirsch,
Abstain.
chair Thompson,
Yes.
board member Rosenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-1-2.
Thank you.
Right?
V311.
3-1-1, sorry. I also need to go.
Okay, well, let's approve the meeting minutes for February.
are you ready for a motion? Chair
Yes.
Thompson? I move that we approve meeting minutes from February 17th.
Second.
I did read them carefully, and I think they're accurate, so.
Okay. Motion by Balte, second by Hirsch.
Board member Balte,
Yes,
board member Chen,
Since I'm absent from last meeting, I will abstain.
vice chair Hirsch,
Yes.
chair Thompson,
Yes.
board member Rosenberg.
And again, as I was absent, I abstain.
Motion carries 3-0-2.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. This meeting is adjourned.